nice to hear you laugh. I'm just so glad everything's all good.
Well, that was, I'll tell you what, that
I know.
was very scary.
We were all scared for you.
Oh. I was here.
To hear you laugh. I'm just so glad everything's all good.
No, I'll tell you what.
I wasn't happy either.
You can't talk it.
I know.
We're watching our grandson play in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Are you serious?
Oh, wow. How awesome.
That is the neatest.
That is awesome.
Yeah, he plays for the Tampa Bay Lightning, and they won their first game in the Stanley Cup playoffs. They're playing the second game in a little bit.
Wow. That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Wow. Okay, Kathy, I'm going to have a hard time topping that one.
What?
I'm going to have a hard time topping that one.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Yeah.
Case 831 is our first case.
831.
Okay.
What's that?
831 is our first one.
Are they in Zoom or are we dialing the number?
What's the number?
831 is the case number.
831.
Okay.
Hey, you turn that down.
Oh, I forget I get to do all this fun stuff.
Oh, yeah, you have to read all that stuff out.
I know, and I just put a lifesaver in my mouth, and I did that a little bit ago.
Uh-huh.
I had to take it out so I could read everything.
Okay, so 831 is on page 5 at the top.
Mhm.
It should be turned down. Page 5 at the top.
Yeah, it's the top one.
All right.
The other number I have is 361-576-0057.
Okay, we got 0060. They're probably on a company phone, and so that's the one. So is that for him or is that for someone else?
That's someone else.
Okay, this is a guy who just logged in, a 281 number, but it's not none of the other numbers.
Okay, let me call this person.
I mean, we could just bring that guy in and see if it's him.
Oh.
That's
Oh my God, I can hear them.
You hear the television?
Yes, they scored. They scored.
Hey, please, shut it off.
Hi, Mr. Jones. This is Val Smith at the Appraisal District. We were looking for you on the computer with your phone number and didn't see you. Did you call in with a different number? Okay, what is that number? 762?
yeah, we got it.
5208.
Got it.
Okay, we've got you. So the board will be with you shortly. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, I'm going to admit this person. Are we ready?
We're ready.
Do we know his name?
Ben Jones.
Jones?
Right. Mr. Jones, first name Ben, B like in boy.
Ben, thank you.
Okay. Well, let's see his stuff now.
Mr. Jones?
Hello,
Hi, Mr. Jones. How are you today?
I'm good. Thanks for hearing me.
No, we're glad to do it.
Well, I'm sure your job's been complicated by the pandemic.
We're all here on Zoom today.
Who are the board members we have with us today?
Well, I'm fixing to introduce you to everybody, okay?
Great.
All right, we're going to commence this hearing on case number 2020381, account number 17624. The hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. I'm Ramona LeBlanc. We have Cindy Duck and Kathy Hoffman with us. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The comptroller's office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey ARB. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Mr. Jones, do we have all your evidence?
I hope so. I gave you everything I was going to give you, other than I failed to provide a picture, but you should have a copy of a summary of my last 2 years IRS filings and the one I've got still to file for 2019, as well as
Yes.
copies of those 2 Schedule E's that I filed with the tax return.
Okay, I've got those. Okay.
Okay. That was it.
Okay. The ARB members who are considering your protest have not communicated with anybody about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I've not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code 41.66F.
And you're signing.
Oh, and I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. And I am signing to that effect. And also, I am located here in Texas.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F. I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
My name's Val Smith. I'm a notary public. I am witnessing Ms. LeBlanc, Ms. Duck, and Ms. Hoffman's signatures via Zoom, and I am physically located in Texas.
Hey, Mr. Jones, I'm assuming that you're still under oath, having signed the affidavit.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Amen.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay.
I
Mr.
do.
Jones, do you own or do you hold a Texas appraiser's license?
No, I do not.
Okay. And in your packet, you were given a time limit. The district gets like so many minutes and you get so many minutes for presentation and rebuttal and stuff. Do you have that handy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But-
We're going to give you the choice. You can go first or the district can. It's up to you.
I'll go first. I've got some comments prepared.
Okay.
I'll try to make it as quick and simple as I can. So I've got a Ms. LeBlanc, a Ms. Duck, and a Ms. Hoffman. Is that right?
That's
correct.
right.
Okay. All right. Well, again, thanks for hearing me. I know your job is thankless, and we appreciate your service. This particular property is one of the old retail storefronts at 205 South Austin in the old business district. It's one of the old buildings that's sandwiched in with all the others. right up against each other on that row of the old storefronts that look out toward the bay. It's right across the street from that property where they just tore down the building. I think the Rockport Center for the Arts bought that property. It's a vacant lot. So that's where I'm located. It's a very small building. I've got a retail tenant in there who sells shirts and hats. It's called Texas by Design. And I apologize for not including a picture. I guess I was fixated on the numbers, but you can Google it up if you've got a computer handy. It's 205 South Austin. Anyway, like I know others, my valuation kind of caught me off guard. It jumped up 149% this cycle, from $51,000 to $127,000. So my taxes will go from $1,000 to $2,500, which doesn't sound like much, but I'm not making any money on this building right now. It's old. It's in need of constant repair. I've plowed pretty much everything I've gotten out of it back into it. And a couple of years ago, I just gave up on trying to pay windstorm and flood insurance because the rent just wouldn't support it. I couldn't afford it. And there's no reserve for replacement or anything like that. It's just not been a very good investment, especially with Harvey shutting the community down for months, and now we've got the COVID. I'm glad that I don't have a mortgage payment because I couldn't make it if I did. If you'll refer to the income summary page that I included in your packet, you'll see what I'm making or not making. So I've got an NOI of less than $2,000 a year for the last 3 years. Renting it right now for $1,000 a month. I had it at $1,100 not too long before Harvey, and then Harvey hit, and it's just been a bad time. I was just getting ready to increase the rent again when the COVID hit, and I had to give the tenant a free month's rent while they were closed. Still need to redo the bathroom, and it needs new front windows. It floods every time we have a storm. I don't know if you're familiar with those old buildings, but both front and back flood because the street is and the median in front of it are so much higher than the grade of those buildings. And then the drainage is graded incorrectly back behind those buildings. So it's been not been a real good investment. On your do you have the income calculation worksheet that you used on this property?
We do, yeah.
Okay. What I don't understand is there are no operating expenses in calculating the NOI. You see what my operating expenses are. A lot of that is as you can see in repairs. But getting back to some of my points, if I kick the rent up to $1,100 a month, that'd be another $1,200 a year, and I might be able to realize, $4,000 off of this in 2021 if I don't have to do a lot of repairs, or if I don't make some of those repairs that I still need to do. But I need you to consider the operating expenses when you're calculating the NUI to apply this cap rate to. Again, it's a tired old building that floods, just doesn't throw off really any cash flow of any consequence. I can't afford full insurance coverage on it. And my only real hope for this building is for that downtown projects that are in play right now to come to fruition and hopefully sell it. That's pretty much my case. I need consideration for the operating expenses to come up with the NOI number and not just the gross rents that you've got on the calculation here. I see a provision for a vacancy. Vacancy hasn't been a problem for the last 3 or 4 years. It's just Harvey and the pandemic and flooding and just an old building that needs lots of repairs. So I was hoping you would give me some consideration for that before you apply that cap rate.
Hey, now, Mr. Jones, and I'm so sorry, please forgive me, but we have time limits. And you've reached the time limit on your presentation. So now
Okay.
it's, and you know, we just have to follow these times. Now it's the
Okay.
district gets to cross-examine and they have 5 minutes to present. So it's a total of
Okay.
7 minutes for them.
Thank you.
I guess I only have one question, just to illustrate a point. Would you sell this building for $20,000 right now? Would you let
20,000?
20,000? If somebody gave you $20,000, would you let them have this real property?
No, of course not.
Okay. If your NOI was $1,200, your indicated value would be $13,000. So
Yes.
that can't be your NOI.
No, and sorry, go ahead.
So the point is, that's why some things like depreciation expenses are not considered when valuing real property on an income basis, because when you're capitalizing the thing, the depreciation ends up coming out in either your vacancy or your rent. The reason that there's no expenses is because the market rent, like when you do these things, you just do it on a triple net basis. And if you have expenses, it lowers your market rent. So we're currently saying you should be renting this out for $10 per foot per year, which you pretty much are. You're pretty much right about there. The difference is you are not on a triple net basis. So your market rent should be less than $10. So now the only question is a matter of degrees, right? Is how much of those expenses you should be taking on and how much you shouldn't. The 5% vacancy isn't specific to yours. I mean, obviously you have one space. If you have somebody there and then they leave, you might be vacant for 3 or 4 months, you know, but you'll have years where they're just there the whole time. It's a market vacancy. It's called normalized vacancy. I could see, you know, we've had other properties downtown that have shown a comparative adjustment that would indicate for this one something like 115. I could see, you know, selling this thing as it sits right now for 110 or 115. That seems reasonable, but I'm just saying your NOI can't be 1,200. It doesn't make any sense that it would be 1,200. So what's being capitalized isn't, you know, the money you're making as an individual, it's the NOI of the building. You know, what we're trying to do is put a number on this that's what you would sell it for. And the problem we're having is that if you did decide, I'm done with this, I'm selling it, our value last year was 51,000. And the problem is you're not going to sell it to anybody for 51,000. So we were low. We have to get to what this thing's actually worth on January 1st of 2020, you know? Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So is it my turn?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, you can talk. That's fine.
Okay. I guess in response to the triple net, it's not a triple net lease. It's just a gross rents, and I bear the expenses. The tenant pays for the first, I don't know, $100 or $150 of any repair. But I mean, there are real expenses associated with this, and again, if you've got to consider some of these expenses when you're before you apply your cap rate. Logic just says you have to.
Well, okay, so I guess I didn't make that clear. So you do have expenses, but instead of saying it's $10 on a triple net, then it'd say you have $3 out of that are expenses. Then you'd say, well, it's $7 on a triple net basis. Your market rent would go down. Does that make sense?
Okay, $1,250. So you're saying my NOI should be $8,750 a year?
I think I got 7,500.
Okay. that's 101,000. What about the repairs that I still need to make? I still need to put new windows in the front. I just put new lights in it this past year. The bathroom needs to be redone. I mean, I'm looking at $4,000 or $5,000 right there. Again, I'm trying to get the building up to a position where I could sell it when I get ready to.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that is a consideration. I mean, you have in part of your expenses and reserves for replacement is an allowable expense.
And I didn't account for that here. I didn't do a projection. I just did an actual for the last 3 years. I should have included a projection.
Those are actuals.
Yes. This is this is the picture
This
for
is
the
it.
last 3 years.
Taxes. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff on there.
Okay. And Eamon, I can't tell. Are you punching numbers or what?
I'm just listening right now.
Oh, okay. So, Ben, you've got, you have 2 minutes, excuse me, to cross-examine and then 2 minutes for rebuttal. I mean, but Eamon, were you done? Because you basically yielded your time, you said, okay, ask questions, but I just want to make sure. I mean, because I could certainly give you another minute or something here.
No, I mean, we presented how we got to our calculation. I'm just, if you look at the repairs cost year over year, in 2017, it was several thousand, 2019, it's several thousand, 2018, it's zero. The thing is, when you're doing this, that's the issue with using 1 year's actuals. That number is supposed to be sort of annualized over a holding period. So if it's not normal to spend, $5,000 in repairs constantly on a building this big, if you're charging $1,000 rent every month, it would be abnormal every month for the next 15 years to put 650 of those dollars right back into it. That would be very abnormal. So there's incidental costs, but you end up with equity in the business. So what I'm saying is I am allowing for that in saying I could see this thing's value being somewhat less than what we had. And I think he said 101 was what it came out to. And that's about where I'm seeing it.
That's if I could throw $8,750 a year off of this thing, and it just won't.
Well, again, that's the money that's the NOI of the building. If you're taking this year to buy a new air conditioner, or if you're accounting for depreciation, or if you're including taxes, none of that stuff affects your building's NOI because it doesn't affect your sale price. If your NOI was really $1,200, you should sell this building for $14,000. If your actual NOI was $1,200, it's only worth $14,000. So it can't be that. It's got to be something more than that. So when you're valuing something on an income basis, all we're saying fundamentally is, how much is your building worth? Is your building worth $51,000, or is it worth like $127,000? And I'm saying I could see it being 105. I could see it being 101. That's possible. It's got damage, you got a lot of money that's got to get put into it. But I mean, that's all it is a way of figuring out how much your property's worth.
Okay, well, okay, now here's my next question then.
Okay, wait, so let's do this. Wait, and I'm so sorry, Ben.
Sure.
Let's go ahead, and now we're into your time, which is you get 2 minutes for cross-examine and 2 minutes for rebuttal. So you've got 4 minutes.
Okay. I guess my next question then is, in an environment when 10-year treasuries are yielding less than 1%, the interest rate on your money market, I bet if you look at your bank account, a few basis points, a tiny fraction of 1%. The income generating investments right now are not yielding 7.4% that I know of anywhere. I would jump in it if I could. So I guess my question is, how can you justify a 7.4% cap rate? I would think you would be using half that number, or close to half that number right now, 4% or something like that, when I can only get in a municipal bond right now for 20 years, I can only get 1%. How do you justify a 7.4% cap rate?
So, well, I'd like to congratulate you. You're the first person to address the safe rate part of our cap rate calculation. Nobody's brought that up yet. The other thing to remember is that the smaller your cap rate is, the higher your value is. So a 4% cap rate would way more than triple your value. It would make your value astronomically high. So, but the point is well taken, that you're saying it should be, if it was half that, then your cap rate should be something higher than 7.4. Yeah. We have to let the market tell us how much these things are, this income stream is worth. And the safe rate part of the cap rate is the point at which an investment is such a bad idea that you should just buy a treasury bond. That's the safe rate. The 7.4 is saying, as a concept, how much of your purchase price would you recoup in a year? So a 10% cap rate means you'd get your money back in 10 years. That's the idea. I mean, that's a simplistic way of looking at it, but it's set, once you include the taxes, that's where the taxes get added, is after the 7.4, because they're not as an allowed expense, they're added to the cap rate. So you're at 9.35. That means whatever somebody pays for this building, they should expect to get 9.35% of that every year. That's what the building's NOI should be. Whether the NOI is in the form of income the person takes home or equity in the property after debt service, that's what that number means. So we're saying, based on the idea that this should be generating $11,875 a year, it should be worth $127. If we're in agreement that it's not generating that it's generating more like $7,500, $8,200, something like that, that lowers your indicated value. The 7.4% cap rate is pretty conservative. There's retail properties they're going. This is what we just let the market tell us what the cap rate is.
But is two things then. First of all, again, you're looking at a market that's not necessarily an old building that's 60 years old that has water that runs through it. That's going to be a different market compared to one of the newer buildings in town, in the newer parts of town. You're in this cap rate you're using, and these rent you're talking about and the NOI that you're talking about is all theory. I'm dealing in reality, in that I'm thinking I should be able to make $4,000 a year off this building after all of these expenses that I'm still dealing with. But I'm willing to take less than a 7.4% rate. A 5% cap rate is or 4%, 4.5% cap rate or something like that seems more realistic given today's interest rate environment and income investment environment. Reality is, I'm not going to make $8,700 off this building. You're dealing in theory. I'm dealing in reality and cash flow off this thing. And I'm not going to be able to find an investment that's going to throw 7.4% off. It just isn't going to happen. You've got to consider current reality, the current interest rate environment, the alternative investments that are out there, and what this old building is really throwing off. Okay. And I would say it's going to be less than $100,000 on this old building.
Okay. So now it is time for the district. They get 2 minutes of rebuttal. Yeah,
the numbers that we're using are not pure theory. retail store that's nice and new, you know, retail space in Rockport, their actual rent is like $22 a foot. So, you know, $16 to $23 a foot is normal for the nice ones. So 10 is not high. The allowance for something less than that as a result of like expenses or indicated as less market rent, I mean, we're not at a high number at all yet. I'm not valuing this like it's some sort of boutique shopping center or whatever, although I guess in a sense it is. But I will just point out there's a little bit of a language barrier. If you had a 4% return, 4.5% return, like the one you're talking about on your investment, and your income stream was $4,000 a year, that would be worth $90,000.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so that's what I'm saying. When the cap rate gets smaller, the other thing gets bigger.
Sure.
It's bigger.
Yes, sir.
The difference is this building should be generating an NOI greater than $4,000, because at the end of the holding period, when you're done making $4,000 a year and you sell this to someone else, you have the sale of the building. You have equity. That's the thing that's being left, right? It's your recapture of your initial investment, and that needs to be accounted for. So that's why depreciation and debt service doesn't get allowed as an expense. So your NOI might be more than what the money you're seeing to spend, because some of the value you're holding is the building itself, and we're not valuing your business. You can charge whatever rent you want. You can let somebody stay here for free, it's yours. We're just trying to figure out how much this thing's going to sell for. And we think it should sell for looking like about $100,000.
Okay, so now, Ben, you've got 1 minute for your closing, and I'll have to cut you off pretty close to the 1 minute.
I think I should be able to make $4,000 off this building per year for the next 2 or 3 years, and I think the cap rate should be closer to 4.5%, because I think that's a reasonable yield given today's environment, and I think it's worth closer to $85,000 or $90,000, and that's my case.
Okay.
I'm dealing with reality. I'm not dealing in theory. I'm dealing with reality, with the current interest rate environment and the reality of an old building that always needs work. Thank you for your time.
Okay. All right. So now, Eamon, you get 1 minute to close.
In closing, we're really not that far apart. I think the only difference left here is that at the end of holding a strictly financial investment, you don't have a piece of land to sell when you're done. That's the only thing accounting for the difference there, is that there is a recapture of the, it's basically the depreciation line item. That's pretty much it. And that's why it's not an allowable expense. I think the 127, we noticed that it could be argued for being too high. Time will tell what our cap rate actually looks like as these things sell in Rockport. I just can't get to 85, 90. I can't get there. Not for the real property. Maybe if this was a bond or something. That's all.
Okay. So now the appraisal review board gets 5 minutes to discuss and possibly ask y'all some questions.
I think Eamon's pretty much indicated that he could see a value of 100,000 on this building, maybe 101,000. Our protesters more into the 95 to 99 range. I'd be willing to go someplace in between.
I'm closer to 90, 95.
90,000 or 90?
90.
90.
Yeah, these old buildings have a lot of problems.
They do.
No, I
And-
understand.
y'all know how I feel about all this income approach. So, you know, we go from 51,000 last year. I just feel like 90 is a closer number. I mean,
Cindy, where are you?
you can't get a
Well-
lot of people that are going to pay over $1,000 a month to rent one of these buildings. You know, he's lucky if he has someone who stayed there for a year.
Right,
It's hard to make a living down there.
yeah, and,
Let me ask, the protester, what, if he was to put it on the market, what would he put on the market for today?
but is he going to put it on the market today?
No, I said, were he to put it on the market, what would he put it on the market for?
I don't think I would. I think I would wait until some of these things come around that we're hoping and praying will happen downtown and decide at that time. I don't know what I could ask for it right now and actually get it sold.
Okay.
And I have to say, I'm like Ramona, because actually in this case, when you use, while they don't come, it doesn't matter. If we're going to use the formula, then we need to consistently use it. We need to consistently look at the actual numbers. When the people submit the actual numbers, I think those need to be looked at. Now,
Yeah, and I have to say, he's not the only one downtown that cannot afford to buy
Right.
insurance on these properties.
right,
The insurance is outrageous. I mean, even for, I mean, and they're flooding, you know.
well, and they smell, and you can't change. It's just how it is. They're not in good shape.
You
So-
pretty well described it.
But okay, so I mean, I would, okay, so if we take in between 90 and 95, I'd say 93.
93 is good.
That's where I'm at.
Okay,
Okay, so I make a motion on account number 17624, based upon what we've heard from the district and from the property owner, and taking into consideration the possibility of an incorrect appraised market value, I make a motion on account 17624 that we lower the 2020 valuation to $93,000.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All righty. Thank you, Mr. Jones. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All
And
right.
you're done, and you will get, are you still there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It was like, oh my God, he left. Anyway. So you'll get something in the mail in the next couple of weeks that will kind of restate this new value. It'll also like state, if you wish to pursue this issue further, what steps those are and how you start. Also, if you would please, it should have information about doing a survey about your experience with the appraisal review board, which is us. We sure would appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. Appreciate your time and again your service, and appreciate your consideration given everything we have in play in those old buildings downtown. So again, it's Ramona LeBlanc. Cindy, how do you spell your last name?
Just like quack, quack.
Okay, all right. Well, that's what I thought, but I wasn't going to assume that. And
If
then
it looks
Kathy
like a
Hoffman.
duck, it's a duck.
Okay, and then Miss Hoffman with 2 F's, right?
2 F's,
Yes,
as
sir.
in Frank.
All right. Thank you all for your time. I appreciate your consideration.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. All righty.
Our next case is a telephone call-in. It's case number
Hmm?
1220.
Creating so many wrong inconsistencies on the properties down.
Board members,
Yep.
there was a question that was posed to Val about, something that was displayed or not displayed. So just for the record, these are open meetings. Anything that a person puts or gives as far as evidence is subject to the Open Meetings Act. they have the responsibility of redacting whatever information, or strictly just putting confidential at the very top of their entire sheet, in which case you would be able to see the data, but we would not display the data. So again, the burden lies with the property owner whenever they want to either redact or say that that thing is confidential. Okay?
Okay.
All righty.
Thank you.
Case number one. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Vanessa?
Vanessa.
No, she hasn't
No?
been on yet, I don't believe.
Mhm.
So it's case number 1220. And it's in the name of Robert Krager. Vanessa Parker was appointed as his agent, and she will be speaking with you today.
What is the
That's why
case
I'm
number?
dealing with-
122?
No, 1220. His last name is Krager.
But we're talking
220?
to Vanessa.
Correct.
Okay, so a person named Vanessa is who we're actually going to be talking to.
Yes, Vanessa Parker.
Okay, thank you.
I believe it's his daughter.
I'm still,
You
is it
ready?
1220?
Yes, it is.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Go to
Page
page 6.
I'm heard with the
It's on the bottom of page 6, Kathy.
Thank you.
I'll be right back.
What sparked Mike to talk about the confidential?
Is Ms. Parker here?
Wanted to know about the rules for confidentiality or? Oh, okay. Yeah, because that one person just wrote on there.
Yes,
That's
and
good enough.
that's what I didn't show you.
Yeah, that's good enough.
361 number.
576.
Close enough. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to bring in Ms. Parker.
Oh, it's an actual in-person.
Parker? Ms. Parker, are you there?
Yes, hello.
Hi, Ms. Parker. How are you today?
I am good, thank you.
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
Thank you.
My name is Ramona LeBlanc, and we're going to commence this hearing, okay?
Okay, perfect.
All right. We're going to commence a hearing on case number 202012220, account number 19951. This hearing is being recorded. We are the Appraisal Review Board that are hearing your protests today. I'm Ramona LeBlanc. We have Cindy Duck and Kathy Hoffman. We do not work for the Appraisal District. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the Appraisal District Office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. The appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 41.45H, all written material that is not provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all your evidence, Ms. Parker?
I believe you do.
Okay.
I mailed it in.
Okay. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to this effect. I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and am signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear I've not communicated with another person in violation of tax code number 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I am located in the state of Texas.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F. I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
My name is Val Smith. I'm a notary public. I am witnessing Ms. LeBlanc, Ms. Duck, and Ms. Hoffman's signatures via Zoom, and I'm physically located in Texas.
Okay, all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. And I'm assuming, Ms. Parker, that you're under oath since you signed the affidavit.
Yes.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Yes.
Okay. Vanessa, do you hold a Texas appraiser's license?
No.
Okay. In your packet, you received a form probably on page 5 that says the hearing procedure times. It says like the district gets 5 minutes and then you get like 2 minutes and then 5 minutes to talk and present. So you have a choice. You can go first or you could let the district go first.
He can go first.
Okay, Eamon?
All right, this is account 19951. It is a commercial waterfront property on 188. If you're heading on 188 towards Bayside, it's on the right. It's kind of the last stop before you cross Port Bay. This account has some serious problems with it this year. A couple of different things happened. One, it was listed for sale and it was described in the listing as having a 12-room motel. The district has been informed after the notices were sent out that the motel is not, it's like a hypothetical motel. The building is not, it's not operational. So there's no reason to value this thing on income because it's not in business. So it doesn't have an income value. It's not how it works. So we don't do discounted cash flow analysis. So just doing it on cost would be fine. The impasse lands at the fact that it is for sale for 1.08 million. And last year we had 175,000 on it. And the reality is that that difference is, it's such a serious problem. Like I can't stress enough how big of a problem this would be if this thing sold for $1 million and we had 175 on it. It could potentially sink the entire county, the entire school district on this one thing. And it's not an exaggeration because the size of the property, the value is so high, and our ratio would be so bad that it would tank our entire county. So while I agree that it shouldn't be on income, I totally agree. The building's in a state of construction. I don't think that its last year's value was anywhere close to accurate. So I think at this point, we're just kind of have to have a sort of a rational discussion about what do we think this property's worth based on its characteristics. It's their buildings, they're two buildings, they're not even drawn correctly. The drawings are not even accurate. So, but we were under the impression this was a working motel that had 12 rooms and that was the thing driving all the value, but it's not. It's really just waterfront property. It's got a boat ramp, a couple of buildings. You could build it out into whatever you want.
Could you put the buildings back up on the screen?
Sure, yeah. We'll put the
what drawings are you talking about that are incorrect?
The drawings for the layout of the building is based on their layout from years ago. And after the storm, some buildings were removed and some buildings were rebuilt. And the whole building thing, this whole thing needs to just be redrawn. That was brought to our attention after the notices were sent out. The exact floor plan of the building isn't that important if it is a functioning 12-room motel. So it didn't get redrawn this year, but since it isn't, and it just needs a lot of attention. The only, caveat or the only hesitancy I have is, this thing's for sale for 10 times what we had on it. So, or really, whatever, 6 times what we had on it. But so like I said, I think we just try to figure out what this property's worth. That would be my recommendation.
So Eamon, where are you looking at?
Where am I looking?
Dollars.
Dollar-wise.
Value.
Well, I mean, My first question, I guess, would just be directed at the property owner. I mean, where did the sale asking price even come from? Like,
Vanessa?
I
Oh,
understand.
I didn't know if I was supposed to answer, if I have to wait till it's my turn.
No.
We are going to allow you to answer that question.
Okay. The price came from my dad, and let me give you just this little back history. Last year, he suffered a series of 6 strokes. That's why I'm handling it for him. After the hurricane came, there originally was 4 buildings. 2 buildings were destroyed and gone. Nothing has been rebuilt. The one building is totally gutted on the inside. It's just too much work and time for him to put into it. And he's in the process of probably stopping working. So we put it for sale by owner just to see if we get any bites. We didn't get any bites. We had a realtor approach us, and she just said, let's start off high. What can it hurt? We can always go down. Me personally, I don't see it selling for that because, like he said, it's in disarray. It needs a lot of help. There's no electricity on site. There's no water. I mean, it still has a lot of damage from the hurricane that we just weren't able to fix. So that's where that price came from. He was just like, well, if I can sell it for a lot, then I can stop working all the way. And it's like, well, I don't think you're going to get that, but, you have the right to put whatever number you want. So I do not personally. We haven't had any bites or anything, and it's been months already.
So these buildings are not livable or habitable at all.
In the condo, no. And in the motel, everything is empty, has been cleaned out, but there's no electricity. Everything has to be re-ran. It needs new utility poles installed from San Patricio. Then everything was stripped out when the hurricane came through. It just basically gutted everything.
So the motel really isn't operational, obviously.
No. Nothing is operational at all. Like I said, there's no water on site. There's no electricity on site. I mean, it's going to take an upheaval. That's why I say he just started at a high number. That's probably for sure definitely not what it's going to go for. But he just wanted to do that. Like I said, he suffered 6 strokes. He's a little different now. We're glad he's still here, but he's a little different personality now than he used to be. And so it's like, you're the owner, whatever you want. And that's what he said. So, but at this point, like I said, we've had not even a single bite on it. So
okay,
I don't think it's going to go that much.
Okay. And I've gone ahead and because, you have 2 minutes of cross-examine and 5 minutes presentation. So I kind of went ahead and started the clock, but you have your 5 minutes of presentation.
Okay, and I can start now?
Yes. You can.
Okay. I guess basically what I would say is we did receive that, and that's when I spoke with him, and he was like, oh, no, there is serious problems. I can let you know without a doubt, though, nothing has been rebuilt. The 2 buildings are original there. That motel building was actually built back in the 1980s, and that's its original structure. That condo, it's a 2-story building. That's what's gutted as well. It was built around 2001. I did do some history on that just so we know, but they are the original structures. Nothing has changed, and 2 buildings are totally gone from the hurricane. I understand what he's saying, and we are not in business. It's not at the state to do that. I guess I really don't have anything else to say. I was basing it all off on the vacancy stuff that he had sent me, but I was hoping he understood after I spoke with him, which I see that he did. So I wasn't prepared which route I was going to have to go in my talk to you or testimony to y'all. So I would just say I feel like I understand what he's saying on the value. Once it sells, I'm sure y'all will be made aware of it. I feel like the price last year, that $175,000 total assessed value, is still a good number for it because honestly, it really could just be knocked over, and somebody would start from scratch. There's nothing there. Everything has to be redone completely on that property for it to be operational again.
Did he sell it for that?
I don't know what else to say. I'm just a daughter that's trying to take care of my dad's stuff and make sure it's not, an $11,000 bill that he's got to pay for at the end of the year because, like I said, there's nothing there. So that's all I have to say as far as the buildings go.
What is that water behind the buildings? Is that a pond or what is that?
No, it's Port Bay. There's some little waterways, but you can't use any of that through the Army Corps of Engineers. It's considered a wetland.
Oh, goodness. Okay.
Yeah, so
You can't bring a boat in there.
They can bring boats through there, but it needs to be dredged out. It has to be a shallow boat to get up to where the buildings are. It needs to be dredged, but you can't do anything out there. Anything that's near the water and then out, it actually absorbs a lot of the acreage because it's a wetlands.
Okay.
Yeah, they used to use that as a boat ramp all the time.
They do. We've had a problem. We had, offered it to the public for like a $5 fee. But like I said, we've had a problem. I've been putting it on Facebook. We're probably going to have to close it down because somebody's cut the lock. They've removed the whole mailbox. I did get 2 security lights put up just so it'd be kind of lit. So, because it's out in the middle of nowhere. So it's very dark out there in hopes that the lights would help. But it hasn't. People keep stealing everything that's out there. And so I've had to put on the Facebook page. In the next month, if it doesn't stop, then we're just going to chain it off and block off the entrances. And it will no longer be a public use boat ramp on private property. There's a $5 honesty fee. Drop it in the mailbox if you use it. Last month when I went, that's when I found the mailbox. Actually, they cut the lock off and they retaped the mailbox in red tape because the mailbox is red, I guess so they could go back and take the money out. Time before that, they removed everything.
Oh,
so, I mean,
God.
it's been pretty awful. We may, in a good month, we may get $200, and that's what I pay the guy to mow it. So I'm like, it doesn't really, it hasn't balanced out, and we're in the Victoria area, so it's just kind of difficult to keep an eye on it easily. You know what I mean? It's an hour drive to go check it, and that's why we're just like, with my dad having the health issues he has now, it's like you need to just get rid of it because we don't have any family over there or anybody that we could trust to keep up with it. So it's like we need to just sell it and move on.
So it's
a long time ago it was used all the time.
I'm sorry?
It basically is the same piece it was last year.
You mean as far
I said
as
a long time ago they used to use it all the time.
Yes. There is lots of traffic through there, but there's lots of people that don't do anything. Like when I went down there to check it, there were 2 men sitting there fishing, and I said, "Excuse me, what are you doing?" And they're like, "Well, we're fishing." I said, "Well, this is private property. You just can't come on here and fish just because it's vacant."
Oh.
It's not.
Look at us, we are.
Yeah, it's been quite, and like I said, because I have those 2 security lights up, and I try to keep it mowed in order to maybe keep the crime level down because it looks clean, it looks stuff. And we had it all boarded up, but with the realtor, they're like, "No, please take all the boards and everything down because we need to be able to let people look in." Okay, well, there's nothing really to look in at, but when we did all that, then it brought in more people just stopping. And because, like I said, we're not there, you can't really police it very well. So it's been a headache after another headache, unfortunately.
Okay. So now so that session for you, your time is gone.
Yes,
so
that's
now
fine.
It's the district gets 2 minutes to cross-examine and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay.
Okay. I don't think it's going to sell for 1.08 million either. It's a starting point. We also don't operate off of initial listing prices, especially on commercial stuff. We don't even use last listing prices on commercial stuff. But if we were to treat it that way, it'd be like 920,000. That still feels too high. The most of the value's in the land. There is some for the buildings that are there, but it's just the space. And, asking some of the appraisers here, our number came out to about 400. That's what we're thinking that this is probably worth. How much? It's 400. That if they were, if they said, let's just sell this and move on, that they should not sell it for 175. But they potentially would consider it at 400. You know, that's not to say someone's not going to walk up and give them $700,000 for it. I have no idea. But, you know, 400 seems reasonable.
Now, Eamon, does that, and I'm just double checking, does that take into consideration the wetlands that are on that property so they can't use it?
Yeah, I mean, that's only looking at what they can use. The wetlands are great. The water and the wetlands are a feature here. They're like, this is awesome. I've been here.
Yeah, but
one of those
it's
people.
something they can't use.
I'm one of those people that would go here to use the boat ramp. But that portion over there, it's not part of their usable square footage. No, I'm just looking at the stuff up next to the road that somebody would buy, and like the listing says, bait camp, restaurant, RV hookups, whatever you want to do with this, you know, something like that. It's just waterfront commercial property, you know. That's really,
It seems to me like it has a lot of potential for something.
I agree. And the 400 is below what I think it would be, but you know, I asked around, so I don't want to just be one opinion.
Well, if you're well, go ahead. I don't know whose time it is.
But me either.
You have 1 minute and 30 seconds, Eamon.
Oh, okay. I don't really have anything to. I don't have any.
You're like, never mind. Okay, so so now, Vanessa, you've got 2 minutes to kind of rebut or, you know, ask questions or whatever.
Okay. I agree with what he's saying. I don't believe it will sell like that either. I think we'll be real lucky if we even get an offer for $300,000. You know, when we look at this, I look at this $175,000 price that was given last year, which was $114,000 for the buildings and then $60,000 for the land. I'm saying if we come out at $250,000, we're going to be good. And I know that's still low, but I know what the property is going to take to put in to get it back operational. And I would assume as an investor, that's what they would have to do. That's why on my end, I'm feeling like the assessed value, if we kept the numbers that were there from last year for the total assessed value at the 175, that is a number that we're happy with, and we'll, you know, pay the taxes on it, whatnot, and then we'll just have to see what happens with the property, you know, if it does sell. And pretty much that's it on my end. Okay, so Eamon, you get 1 minute for your closing.
I don't have any closing.
Okay, Vanessa, you get 1 more minute.
I don't have any closing either. I understand this is kind of a difficult situation because the building is not in the best of shape. It is a beautiful location, but I don't feel like that should be, you know, we can't pay tax on all that stuff for these amounts. So we'll just see what y'all decide and go from there. I appreciate your time.
Okay.
Thank you.
And
Thank you, ma'am.
thank you. And so
Yes,
now okay, stop. So now the appraisal review board, we get 5 minutes to discuss and ask questions.
Okay.
Okay.
Ramona,
Right.
where are you at?
I'm between 175 is too low,
I agree.
400 too high.
What's too high?
I'm 400.
And I agree with that too, because like all that along the shore, if they're gonna have people out there, they're gonna have to put a lot of money into fixing that stuff up. I mean, not even the buildings, just
the boat ramp,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, everything needs to be, I'm so familiar with this property.
Okay, so if 175 is too low and 400 is too high, something around 250 to 250 to 300.
hold up.
That's where I'm thinking. What do you think?
Which one are you thinking?
Me?
Uh-huh.
Me?
Yeah.
Kathy, I'm 250 to 300. I think 400 is too high. 175 is too low. Someplace in the middle. I'm probably
too.
closer to the 300, just because I think it looks like a great property.
Okay, Ramona, help me come up.
There's a lot of potential there, but I
Yeah,
mean,
there is.
you're going to have to take a lot of money to do anything with it.
Yes.
And that's why, you know,
So are you thinking 250, 275?
275.
Okay, you good with that, Kathy?
That's fine.
Okay, so on account number 19951, based upon what we've heard from the appraisal district and from the property owner, taking into consideration the incorrect appraised market value and any other issue which might affect the valuation on this property. On account number 19951, I make a motion that we lower the 2020 value to $275,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All righty, case closed.
So Vanessa, you're done.
Okay.
Thank you for being here today.
Yes,
Ma'am, thank you.
and you'll get something in the mail in like the next 2 to 3 weeks. It'll
Okay.
put that valuation in writing. Also, if you wish to pursue other, this whole action further, it tells you what your options are and how to start that. Also, you will learn about a survey, and it is about the appraisal review board and you. So if you would please fill out that survey, it would really help us a lot.
Absolutely. Okay.
Yeah.
And so can
Thank
I
you,
ask one
ma'am.
question?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Once I get all this back in and I can go over it with my dad, with that appraisal review, if he is not happy with that 275 number, that's when you can file differently, right, to go from there?
Correct.
That's,
Mhm.
and we, the appraisal review board, we don't deal with it from this step forward, okay?
Gotcha. Okay.
And so that's all in that envelope that you'll get. It'll
Perfect.
tell you what your other
Yes, ma'am.
avenues are.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you again for your time. Y'all have a great day.
Thank
You
you.
You too, thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. Thank
Bye.
you. Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Waterfront property.
Hey, Eamon, so do we have more or?
We do. Our next case is number 511.
You hate us yet, Eamon?
What? No.
I don't think he would. So have you been, oh, I can't even ask about it. Never mind.
Good talk.
On the bottom of page 4.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes. ma'am. Oh, that's gonna take that.
Oh, wait, is this person here? I have nobody on the thing.
They're on the phone, right? Oh,
Person.
no, in person. No matter.
Mask up. Hide your face.
Okay.
Hide your face. Hide your kids.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Cindy, I have a mask on.
Oh, wait, let me put it on.
A mask on.
Your virtual mask on.
Trying to find my don't mess with, oh, here it is.
It's funny. Right. Okay.
I know, but I couldn't find it.
Mr. Gambrell is here in person.
Gambro,
Gambrell.
I just want to make sure I say it right.
Is here.
All righty, you ready?
I'm ready.
Ready?
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, or good afternoon, I guess now.
I know, right? All right, we're going to commence a hearing on case number 2020511, account number 27862. This hearing is being recorded. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protests today. I'm Ramona LeBlanc. We have Cindy Duck and Kathy Hoffman here today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. The survey is voluntary. You have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all your evidence, sir?
Yes, you have my tax returns.
Okay, thank you.
Um,
The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another individual in violation of Tax Code 41.66F. I'm signing to that effect, and I am personally located in Texas.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F. I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
My name's Val Smith. I'm a notary public. I am witnessing Ms. LeBlanc, Ms. Duck, and Ms. Hoffman's signatures via Zoom, and I'm physically located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
So if you will state your name and then read this,
All right.
and then you can start. And
My name is Jay Gambrell. I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Alrighty, sir. Do you hold the Texas appraiser's license? Mr. Gambrell?
Do I hold a Texas appraiser's license? No.
Yes, sir. Okay. You have a time limit sheet there in front of you, and it shows the district gets 5 minutes, or you can. Would you like to present first, or would you like the district to present?
You can present first.
Okay.
Okay, Eamon.
The account is 27862. It is a small motel in on Water Street. It's called Reelam Inn on the Bay. And it was noticed last year at 394, basically 395,000. This year it was noticed at 512,550. It was part of all of our motels being value and income this year. The average or the room rate for motels is $25,185 per door per year. It was given 50% vacancy. It was given 55% expenses, rendering a net operating income for the real property of $50,999, so $51,000. And the capitalized value of that $51,000 for a motel in this area is $512,550. The next page shows an equity grid showing that other motels that were treated the same way. It's the same room revenue, $25,185, same vacancy, same expenses, same cap rate, rendering a market value based on the ability for it to generate income. The expenses in our initial model were shown to be too low at 55%, and that 65 is more accurate for market expenses. The indicated value for the subject based on this adjustment is $442,952. And that will be all for my presentation time.
Hey, and now Eamon, did he turn in his actual numbers to you?
I think it's part of his evidence for the.
Okay. All right, cool. All right, so Mr. Gambrell,
So,
wait, you have 2 minutes and then you have 5, so you got a total of 7 minutes, okay?
okay, I probably don't need that much time, but thank you. All right, so if you look at my 2018 taxes, my revenue is $217,950. If you look at 2019, my revenue's gone down approximately $20,000. My net income in 2018 was negative $39,394. This is mostly because of having to rebuild my pier, which is not real property, but I just want you to know that had it not been for that, I would have made a net income of around $27,000. If you look at my net income in 2019, I was able to reduce some of my expenses to get to $32,890. With the evidence he just presented, he said that they said that I should have made $50,999, so I was about $19,000 short of that. I want to show you these two to show that they are typical years. I'm actually having an atypical year this year, but I know we're not talking about this year. We're talking about January 1st. But my net income is only $32,890, not the number that was originally given, which was $50,999. So I'm not making the income assumptions that were made in order to value the property. And the property value has jumped 30%, and there's no, I don't have any supporting numbers that says that my property value should jump 30%. That's all I have.
Okay, so now, Eamon, you've got 2 minutes to cross-examine and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
The biggest difference is when you're doing an itemization of expenses that are deductible on your income taxes. This is a completely separate thing from valuing a piece of real property. There is the information we use is in this, but depreciation, interest expenses, property taxes are not allowable expenses when valuing real property. Your NOI for your property is actually $43,000 in excess of where our model is showing it should be. Actually, I think it's even more than that because our expenses rate was increased. I'll just tell you from a practical standpoint that your motel as a business has very good occupancy. You're getting good rent. You have very high occupancy for the market. You're doing very well. That being said, being over market doesn't make your property worth more. We have to treat everybody on market value. So, you're doing a great job. So I am telling you that. But the value of $442,000 is assuming that your NOI is significantly less than it actually is. You're outperforming the market in your motel. The income your motel is making is worth more than the average motel. That's, 442 is just saying some random person buys it and runs it and loses the extra 13%, 13% occupancy over market that you were showing for 2019 and isn't getting the same room rent by the tune of $30 ADR different from what is normal. So it's just, I don't know what to tell you. If anything, the numbers that you're showing are indicating a higher value than you would even notice that. But we're not going to value your business on your actuals. We don't want to value people's businesses on their actuals. If it's 442 is market, then it's 442. And if you do better than that, then great. That's awesome. That's the idea.
Hey, folks, I hate to interrupt, but my iPad is going to close. It's plugged in. I'm getting power, and it's telling me that I'm about out of power. So I'm going to lose you.
Do you have a plug in?
What's that?
Do you have a plug for it?
Do I have a what?
A plug.
It's plugged in.
So,
And it's still losing power?
Apparently.
Yeah, and the year over
But double check, you know how the little end is kind of weird? Like just double check that it's pushed up in there enough. Or maybe even don't do it on the stand. Open that little white thing and actually plug it in. You know what I'm talking about?
Open what white thing?
Okay, on the side where your on-off button is,
Right.
She's talking about her iPad.
there's a white thing right. Oh, her iPad.
Yeah, it's a little round button. Yeah.
Oh dear. You're talking your iPad.
I'm talking my iPad, not the Kindle.
There's a problem.
Yeah.
Eamon, I just, because what can she check on her iPad for that? I don't have an iPad that I use that much, so I'm not familiar enough.
Try a different plug.
she's got it. She just plugged in.
We'll plug it in a different plug and see if that helps, but I don't think it will.
Well, try it.
Should be all right.
Well, it's still going, but it just said it was going to close, but right now it's open. So
Does it say
but
charging?
I can't tell.
Okay.
Let's keep chugging
Let's
along.
try. Yeah, let's see if we can't get through this.
Yeah, see
So-
if we can.
The reason it was changed year over year is because in 2018, the state came and did a property value study in our county. And one of the areas that we failed egregiously was in hospitality. Hotels and motels were just way undervalued. So we had to stop doing them on cost and do them on income because that's the way you're supposed to value hotels and motels. Your vacancy is going to be worse in 19 than it was in 18, and that happened across the board because it was availability. In 19 there's just more stuff open. So everybody that had a motel that was open in 18 and then in 19 it dropped year over year, the value went up because if we were low on cost in 19, we were even lower in 18. If we use actuals from 18, some of these motels would have looked like they're just like, $40 million properties or something. Unironically, there would be a motel I can think of that would look like it's a $9 million motel just because it was 100% full all the time. So that's an abnormal year. But the main thing is we're just trying to get to an accurate value of your property. Last year it was 394, and we're saying this year 442 is the market value. I think that's not the value of your business. That's just the value of the building and the land on an income basis. Your business is worth more than that because you're doing good. But we're just trying to value your sticks and bricks, just your building and your land.
Okay. I can rebut, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the only other thing I'll say is that my business is the motel. It is it's not worth anything from a purely, does someone really want to live there standpoint? So without the business, then the property isn't worth anything. And then you said you don't include taxes, but the taxes that I collect are literally ones that I collect and immediately give directly to the county. So I would say that you could take them off the revenue line and you could take them off the expense line, and I still only made $32,890. Also, it sounds to me you're already saying that you're no longer at the 510 number, you're at the 442 number.
Yes.
So, I mean, the 442 number, I think we're getting closer to where it's worth, but still you're looking at, more than a 10% increase in 1 year. So I'll let the appraisal review board make the decision on that.
Sir, what do you think it's worth?
I mean, I'm okay with going up. My neighbors on either side, they're homes, and so they're only going up 2 and 3%. But
she's asking you how much you think your motel is worth. This is not a question about your taxes. It's a question about the value of your property.
Valuation. What number would you put on it?
probably 425. is the number that I
Four
would.
twenty-five?
Okay,
Okay.
all right. Okay, so now, actually, it's his rebuttal, the 2-minute rebuttal.
I
Did
mean,
you have
I've
anything to add?
2-minute rebuttal.
Huh?
I feel like I've essentially given my 2-minute rebuttal.
All right, so district, you get 1 minute for closing.
I have no closing.
Okay, Mr. Gambrel, you've got 1 minute for your closing.
I don't have any closing either.
Okay, so now we get 5 minutes to discuss and possibly ask questions to come up with our valuation.
Yeah, I think that Ian came up with the 442,952.
And and the guy came up, Mr. Gambrel came up with 425.
425. I'm thinking 437.5. So split the difference, sort of.
Well, when I was splitting the difference, I came to 418. So
418. That's lower than the 425.
I know.
She's
That's
coming
why I'm
up
like,
last year and now.
yeah,
Oh,
I took the difference in between and added it in, and I came to the 418. But I mean, if the gentleman is good with 425 and y'all are comfortable with it, I'm good with 418.
418?
I was
Yeah.
thinking higher than that because trying to get somewhere closer to the 442.9.
Okay. So what if I make a motion for 420 and let's see if it passes?
I wouldn't do the 420. She just said 425.
425.
All right.
Okay, I make a motion on account 27862 based upon what we've heard from the appraisal district and also from the property owner, and taking into consideration the possibility that there was an incorrect appraised market value, that on account 27862, we lower the 2020 value to 425,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All righty. Case is closed. Thank you, sir, for coming in. We appreciate it.
You'll get something in the mail in the next 2 to 3 weeks that'll restate the valuation. And if you wish to pursue it further, the steps you can take and how you start those. Also, Miss Val, right there, she can give you, they have a survey about your experience with us, the Appraisal Review Board, and we would really appreciate if you would take the time and fill out a survey.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your evidence.
I know you got a job to do. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right.
Thanks. All right,
Amen.
Ms. Val.
Amen. You always do a good job.
What's the next?
More sense, but the socialization.
Do you know if anybody else is waiting out there, Scott? Do you know?
Yes, we just got some evidence on here.
In person?
I'm assuming if they do, it is in person. The question I have for you, Eamon, is it going to, am I going to be able to show them that evidence on this other computer? Oh, this computer. I thought you meant to give you a computer. I was like, holy moly, didn't anybody actually do it? This computer. Yeah, you just hit this button. I know, but is it going to show? Am I going to be able to show it to them?
No.
Right. So,
Yeah.
well, we
Are
can
they
get
on
this
break?
camera and put it.
It can't, I mean, it'll take us forever.
Let me just walk it over here.
Ms. Val, who do we have next?
Okay, we have actually 2 more accounts on the 130 docket, but they are both by affidavit. And we do have 3 o'clock people here. So I wanted to see how you wanted to handle that.
Let's do 3 o'clock. I got nothing in here on this computer for 3 o'clock though.
Okay, I will pull over the one that's coming in. It's going to be case number 1688 under the name of Meyer. He brought in a flash drive for evidence. So his evidence will just be here. I guess Scott will show it on the computer.
We're working on it.
And, all righty.
Hi, Eamon.
Are you cutting us off?
Going on a magical voyage.
No, I think they're trying, because it's a problem with it being on a flash.
Flash drive?
So they can't, yeah, they have to get the camera to where it can read it. Oh my gosh.
Well, let's hope this works. Kathy, how's your iPad doing?
I took my charger off and put a new one on, and it seems
Oh.
to be holding okay now.
Good deal.
I don't know why that happened. It's been plugged in the whole time. So I just took my phone charger and used that instead of my iPad charger, and it seems to be doing okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes they just quit for no reason.
Well, I think there's something, I think that, it just came up low battery. It's going to close.
Uh-oh. I'm gonna get some ice.
Wait, but now you came back, Kathy, so maybe.
Hey,
No, it said it's going to close.
spotlighting that one. And they're gonna be able to do it with the spotlight. So spotlight.
Scott, is this next guy coming in on Zoom or on the phone?
They're in person, but the issue is they brought in evidence on there. Can you see that?
Oh, well, that's the same guy. That's the one we just did.
Realize that. We're just testing. This is a
But
test.
can I see it if I don't know it? It's better than nothing, but it's not great.
More center, it's an angle thing. What about, I just can't have it be in the center where someone's gonna kick it.
More worried about Kathy.
Okay, so Scott, the reason I'm asking is because can we do Kathy on a phone call if the they're in person?
They're in person. They brought in evidence on a stick drive. The stick drive is on a different computer. The computer is not hooked up to the internet.
What happens if my iPad craps out?
iPad's getting ready to die, we think. So in order to keep her in so we can continue hearings, because otherwise we don't have a quorum.
Can I just call in?
I don't know. I'll get Mike to find out what he thinks on that.
You better do it quick.
Okay.
I'll find out tomorrow. I'll go down, or later today, I'll go down to the AT&T store and find out what the problem is, why this isn't holding a charge. Because it was about dead this morning. It was about dead this morning when we finished, so it didn't pick up enough of a charge. And it's been plugged in the whole time, so it should not be doing that.
Is it an old one or a new one, Kathy?
No, it's not that old.
Because the batteries over time it doesn't matter how much you use them, they just go bad.
I know. I had that happen, and then I crashed that one and bought a new one. So this one's not that old.
Okay.
Val put in the ACAD evidence if you guys want to pull it up real quick so you can see where it's at.
Hey Kathy,
What?
hey Kathy, you're having trouble with your,
But my iPad wants to close.
is it not charging? Is it plugged in?
It's plugged in, and I changed chargers and just plugged it into my phone charger, which is also an iPad, but an iPhone. So it hasn't closed yet, but it keeps coming up saying it's going to close. So if that happens, can I call in and listen?
Well, yeah.
Because I can see the evidence on the other tablet.
For that matter, you can do the Zoom on your phone and just look at it. You can do it right now if you want to.
Okay, let me see.
Oh, you might hear it better that way.
I assume I have Zoom. Oh, there's, okay. Putting it on my phone. Join the meeting.
Just hit the,
I'm signing into the meeting on my phone.
Because we have evidence on Spectra that we can't get on there.
Got it.
It has to be on.
unanticipated thing, but it's a good thing we have an actual setup because we can just point it at the wall.
Yes. But every time people come in, they turn that light on.
You keep coming back.
Okay, Kathy,
Wait a minute, I'm trying to get on my phone here.
yeah, we're gonna wait for you.
Okay, hold on.
The person's gonna come in, but just keep on working on it, and we won't start until you're ready.
Okay. Okay.
Are you there?
Join with video, right?
Yeah, join
Yes, ma'am.
Kathy's phone. I'm gonna go ahead and admit you right now. All right, now I'm looking at your phone. And we
Okay,
can,
I'm gonna go to call using internet audio, right?
yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Now I've got, so now I've got both.
Oh, because she's got two things on at her house there.
Yeah.
Now we're,
Okay, I'll turn the iPad off, leave meeting. Should I do
Yeah.
that?
yeah, I already did. We got you out of the other one.
Okay, no, how do you leave meeting?
No, we did it.
You're
We
done.
did it.
You're
We
done.
did it on our side.
Are you dropping me off? Okay.
Yeah, so
You're good.
your phone is on and you should work from there, okay?
I can see me and I can see the wall.
Okay, good. You need to see the wall because that's my next question is,
Yeah, I can barely see, I can barely make it out, but that's okay.
We can see that something's up there, but I couldn't tell you a single word that's up there.
No, I can't either.
It is.
All right. Are we ready?
And there's no way to change it. Yeah,
Yeah. So
we'll do the best we can.
I will pull over in another chair.
I'll leave this.
Yeah, just go ahead. Put that out. You'll come on in. We're over here seated to the right.
Yes, so you can just go right around that table, bring over another chair.
Okay.
Because I think that's all we need to do. Thank you. So this is Mr. and Ms. Meyer.
Mhm. Hello, y'all. How are you today?
Doing well.
Good afternoon.
Everybody ready?
I'm ready.
Sorry, I just want to make sure, what account number? It's 1688?
Oh, no,
Yes.
Yes.
Where is it located?
Page
Bottom,
9, the very last one.
Page 9,
Yes.
the very last one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I got it.
All right. Let's commence the hearing on case number 2020-1688, account number 33266. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. I'm Ramona LeBlanc. With me are Cindy Duck and Kathy Hoffman. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB or at the appraisal district office. The survey is voluntary. You have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance to Tax Code Section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all your evidence, Mr. and Mrs. Meyer?
Yes, you do.
Awesome. Okay. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anybody about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F. I have signed to that effect, and I am physically located in Texas.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code 41.66F. I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
My name is Val Smith. I'm a notary public. I'm witnessing Ms. LeBlanc, Ms. Duck, and Ms. Hoffman's signatures via Zoom, and I'm physically located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
If you're going to state your name and read that.
My name is Brent Meyer. I do solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
I am Virginia Meyer. I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. and Mrs. Meyer, do either one of you hold a Texas appraiser's license?
No, we do not.
No.
Secretary.
All right. Okay. Do you have a time limits page in front of y'all there? And it shows like you getting 5 minutes, a district getting 2 minutes and 5 minutes back and forth.
Yes.
Would you like to present first, or would you like the district to go first?
Either way, what do you suggest?
It's up to you. It's your choice.
All right.
Okay, we'll go first.
Okay. Go right ahead.
Pictures up there. Yeah.
Yep, let me get the light so that it's a.
Okay, wait.
Okay, I can't see from all the way across the room over there.
There actually, it was supposed to all come up as pictures. That's how my.
That's all right. We can go one by one.
We'll go through them like a little slideshow.
All right, so if we're ready, okay, I'm gonna open and just let you know kind of an overview of what we're saying. We are contesting that our property value on 1001 North Fuqua was appraised incorrectly. The concrete trailer pads and sheds are described incorrectly. And we would like to make a motion to correct appraisal records and reduce appraisal value on property ID number 33266. We are the owners 111623. Thank you. And I'm going to hand it over to my husband now, Brent Meyer, and he's going to go over the flash drive with you.
So this first picture is.
Can the board see this? I'm sorry, can you all see this?
I can see it.
Yeah, yes.
We're having a hard time understanding the speaking, but
Yeah,
go
it's
ahead.
very hard to hear y'all.
Louder. You're going to this speaker, right?
Okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
So our address is 1001 North Fuqua, but that is also, there's 8 lots included total to that address, just so you know.
So if we can just go through the 8 pictures.
So
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, stop for a minute. Those are the 8 lots that we own.
Yes.
Okay, so in our, what we've seen in our appraisal, our future appraisal, that we keep getting also, it says new improvements, and obviously some of the pictures of those old sheds, and every single year they're on there as an improvement. And some of these pictures that we do have, the sheds are not really in that great condition. And concrete, it's not real definite on the concrete. But our appraisal has gone up $100,000. And we don't have any concrete that would consist of being $100,000 of an increase.
Okay, the next 4 pictures. 9. This shows that the sheds have been there since the beginning. Okay, so that's our original documentation. All right, if you'll move to the next one. These are 2 sheds that you're looking at from the back. There's a white shed on the right and a small shed on skids to the left. Next picture. See, there, I only had a partial picture of our red shed, which a tenant actually uses, and that is not on concrete. Next picture. This is damage on the roof, so, you know, they're just regular sheds. They're nothing great, so. Okay, next picture, if you don't mind, thank you. This is the front of the shed on Fuqua. It has concrete underneath it. They're saying it's 246 square foot. Or 96 square foot. We're not quite sure which one this one is, according to what they've said here. So that needs to be figured out, and we need to fix that. Next picture. This is again the backside of the red shed on the right and the one on skids on the left. This is the concrete, or maybe, I don't know, a trailer pad. We're not quite sure. They've listed it as trailer pads in 2018 and 2019. They switched it to concrete, and I think it's 7 square feet. This one, and then if you go to the next picture, these are our new trailer pads. Next picture. That little piece of concrete in between the 2 trailer pads, I think, is part of that 7 square feet. We're not sure.
Is it 7 square feet on there? We're not really
We don't even know
exact.
that.
Yeah, that's what it says.
7 square feet.
That's what it says.
Okay.
All right, so our concern is that it's labeled incorrectly.
Yeah, there's some inconsistencies also there.
The next PDF files that we have at the end, the next one is our income loss due to Harvey. This is 2019. Also, it shows you that we're not like those large trailer parks that have all the amenities. They have the, the laundry rooms and all that kind of, we went around, we looked at your sales things that you guys sent to us, the appraisal district sent to us. We don't really compare a whole lot with some of the other ones that you have there. We're in a county.
Yes.
We're kind of in a neighborhood. We don't have any really like main roads. We're not large. We don't have yeah, go ahead.
And we're on septic tanks. We don't have any city sewer. That other beginning picture you saw, our ditches in the front do flood whenever we get substantial rain. We were just more of renting out lots. We're not really a park. So, we're not compared to the larger parks. Want to go to the second one?
Okay, and just so y'all know, you've pretty much used up your first 5 minutes.
Okay.
So now the district gets 2 minutes to cross-examine and 5 minutes to present.
Okay. How many spaces do y'all have?
We only have 5 spaces that are available to rent out. The other ones are vacant, as you could see on that.
Are they? Why are they vacant?
We had mobile homes that either people took. One mobile home was damaged due to Harvey. The floor rotted out, and we had to get rid of that one. Other tenants had their own, and they have left with them.
And they either sold them or they passed away and we had to get rid of them.
Right. But the 5 that are that no one's parked in, are they? Could you put something there?
Eventually.
One day we're hoping to.
Okay. Okay. All right. So that, wait, I forgot the point of my question. That's 10, right?
10?
There's 5 that are occupied and 5 that are unoccupied.
2 of them have mobile homes on them, and 5 of them have RVs.
So
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 RVs and 2 mobile homes right now.
5 RVs, 2 mobile homes, and then how many are vacant?
3 lots.
3. how many spaces are for RV or mobile home? Either one.
There are 3 mobile home spots are vacant.
Okay, so beyond those, so that's 10, right?
So you're saying you have, I could
How
be.
many total space? I'm confused.
Are you saying there's a potential for 10 spaces? Is what you're
The
asking?
thing that really drives the value of a trailer pad is the sewage.
Okay,
Let's just keep it that simple.
okay.
How many sewage hookups do you have that work?
There is 5 septic tanks on there.
Okay, and how many of these do you put per tank?
Yeah,
Is it-
2 RVs per 1 tank.
Okay, and that makes sense. Okay, so that's where I'm getting the 10 from. The
There's one lot with a single, it's only for a single bedroom tank on one of them, so.
okay, so if it's a mobile home, you just do one. It's
Yes.
1 for 1. But
Yes,
if it's
sir.
RV, you put 2 of them on there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said you had.
That's all it's qualified for, yeah.
Sure. Yeah. I've heard that. They used to have people with two mobile homes per septic tank, and then after the storm, they'd get them removed, and you only put one back. That's the thing.
So how many spots do they have? How many hookups, electric and water and septic, do they have? Total. That work.
That's exactly what we're talking about. If they're mobile homes, 5. If they're all RVs, 10. Does that make sense?
Potentially.
Yes, I understand what you're saying, but what is being used now?
A mixture of the two.
And do all of them have water and electricity? I mean, do all of them work, I guess, is more my
Yes. Yeah. They're using them.
The 3 lots are not being used, they're vacant, as far as no water on it, no electric hooked up to it.
No gas.
Okay, so the 3 of the vacant ones don't have utilities hooked up to them at all.
farming
Got
stuff.
it. Okay, so how many, there's basically, what is it, 2, 3 of the septic tanks that y'all are using, right?
Yes,
And then there's 2 more that are kind of not being used right now.
correct.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. All right. A little confusing, but we got there.
It is very
Right.
confusing because it's an old place, so we're just learning it too, actually.
All right. I'll go ahead and present our evidence real quick. This is account 33266. It is a CTP, a commercial trailer park on Fuqua Street, 1001 North Fuqua is the site address. It was noticed at 229,910, and the reason for the value change was completely because it got 10 commercial trailer pads put on it. Just to clarify that, the C in CTP doesn't mean concrete, it means commercial. And the number one characteristic difference between a commercial trailer pad and a residential trailer pad is that a commercial trailer pad does not depreciate because you guys keep up with it. You're not letting it rot forever. If you put utilities under a mobile home in 1998, by 2018, they will be very old. They might not even be up to code anymore, but you're just still using them, so it's fine. If it's a park where people are constantly coming in and out, you have to keep up with it. So that's the main thing. I will point out that the sheds and stuff, all of those things, the concrete, I know it seems ridiculous. I don't really know why this is, but the concrete portion of it is only contributing $20 to your property's value.
Yeah, we saw that you guys went down on that.
Yeah, so it's literally like 20 bucks.
Yeah, so.
And
really,
the other 2, the sheds and the detached storage, is less than $1,000. So,
But
you know.
yearly, every year, right? Every year that gets counted
Yes, yeah, it's probably
Improvements.
as improvement.
got it. Okay, that's the other thing. In this office, the word improvement means something different than it does to everybody else.
Okay.
The word improvement means buildings. It's an improvement to the land. So if I have a field in Nebraska that's empty and I improve the field by putting a water well on it or a house, that building is an improvement. So when it says improvements, it just means buildings or anything that's on the land that's not, an improvement in the land or under the land or whatever. A farm is not an improvement, like the crops aren't, but the farm building in the barn is. So That's what that is. It doesn't mean it's being made better every year. That number is actually depreciating over time on those. You see, if they were new, that SD2 would be $1,790, but it's depreciated, so it's only contributing $600.
Okay.
So really, the only thing we're really talking about here is land and commercial trailer pads. That's pretty much it. And I think that there is a you have 3 viable hookups. They're like halfway between mobile homes and RVs. I would think that they should, that what our account added 10 full trailer spaces.
Oh, that's where the 10 came from.
Yes.
That makes sense.
So you have 10 spaces, but I think what you should have is 4.
Yes.
So I would recommend that.
What would that do for us?
It would reduce their value by $60,000.
That's what I thought. Okay.
1,000 per, yeah.
Okay, so now, take off 60. Okay, so now we're at protester, cross-examine, and rebuttal.
Is that us?
Yes.
So we're just trying to figure out where the $100,000 increase came from exactly. From what we have, I don't believe we have $100,000.
40. It'll only be 40 now.
Right. Okay.
So the common sense thing that we're saying here is that this property, as it sits on January 1st, is worth $170,000. That's what we're saying.
All right. Okay. So each trailer pad that gets put on there is going to be worth $10,000.
Not in your case, actually. In general, yes, but y'all's is set up a little bit different. So if you had 10 mobile homes, then it would be 10 spaces. But if you had all mobile homes, you could only have 5. Right?
Can we come talk to you guys anytime we want to?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
That'd be great. And then the other thing, we looked up a deal Governor Abbott signed in, like a cap thing, 3.5 or an 8 in times of distress.
Yes.
So this kind of goes over that. So what are we dealing with here?
That relates to the tax rate. And that is a percentage of change of the tax rate from last year to this year, which is actually it hasn't even been set for this year, the tax rate.
So this is value. And this is value.
This is value. There's nothing capping value year over year from changing, except if it's your primary residence. If it's your homestead, then it let's say your property gets reevaluated and we find out, oh, it's actually worth 3 times as much. That value goes on 10% per year just until it gets up to it. It's graduated. But if it's not your primary residence, there's no limit on that. It just goes to what it is. But that being said, I don't think you have 10 CTPs. You know, several of them are not fully utilized and you don't even have that many. So I think 170 is probably accurate.
And you saw our income, right?
You would be surprised.
Oh my gosh, you're gonna charge these people more.
You would be surprised. You would be surprised what people would pay.
So the 40,000 is just pretty much on the land, is what you're.
The 40,000 is mostly driven by the septic. It's the septic, electric, and if you have gas, that if you have internet or anything like that. But the thing that really is the meat of it is the septic hookup. And that's illustrated by the fact that you have a park with 20 spaces that's been there forever. The hurricane comes and knocks them all out. And then they get told, well, you can't put 2 per tank. You can only put 1 per tank. So now they can only have 10 spaces. So the thing that drives the value is mostly the set. You can park an RV wherever you want. You can run an extension cord from a house. It's the septic that really makes it a space. That's the thing. In the concrete, if there's a park with like a bunch of concrete and amenities and pools, those all get added separate from this. If they've got concrete roads or concrete spaces, we account for that completely differently. This is mostly just for the utilities.
Okay.
All right, Cindy, where are we?
Okay, so now because that was their 2 and 2, so now the district gets a 2-minute rebuttal.
I don't have any rebuttal.
Okay, so now the Brenton, Virginia,
Yes.
y'all get 1 minute for closing. Your last time to speak to us.
Okay. All I can say is we're doing our best, you know, to keep a nice, clean place for people to come and visit, especially Rockport. And, you know, they also spend money around town. So we're trying to do our best to keep a clean, nice, quiet place for people. Having the taxes go up kind of holds us back from doing that very thing. So any break you can give us or advice to do things differently, we would sure appreciate it and listen to them.
And thank you all for being here and doing
Yes,
this.
thank you for serving and taking the time.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Okay, so now the district has 1 minute.
I have no closing.
I think we need to take the recommendation of certainly reducing the 60,000 for the pads that don't exist. And
agree.
that would bring the value down to 170,000.
Okay. So I make a motion on account number 33266, based upon what we heard from the appraisal district and from the property owners, and taking into consideration the possibility of an incorrect appraised market value and any other issue which would possibly affect the total valuation on this property. On account 33266, I'm making a motion that we lower the total value to $170,000 for 2020.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yay.
Yay, okay. So now y'all are done, and in about the next 2 or so weeks, you'll get something in the mail that'll restate this new value. It also, should you wish to pursue further actions, it'll tell you what those are and how you go about that. Also, it will tell you, and actually you're there, so Val can even tell you after you leave the room, how, if you want to go ahead and do a survey and it's about your experience with us, the Appraisal Review Board, we would really appreciate if you would fill out the survey.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay, cool. Thank you for coming and talking and, you know, giving us some evidence.
Absolutely.
All right.
And this case is closed.
Thank you. Have a good. And y'all are welcome to call whenever. Call and talk.
Do you have a number?
Yeah, it's the only number we have.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll be the one you talk to. All right, thanks. Is this person here? Do you know, Scott?
We have to do it in a supplement.
3 o'clock. 10:48. Yeah, it looks like the next one is in person. And I was given an affidavit to sign, so I'm guessing they're here. It's going to be case number 1048.
And 1049. We don't, oh, okay, there is.
Where is it?
It just came on. It's top of page 8, both of them.
Ah, okay.
I just realized like an hour and a half ago, where is Beth?
She's staying home because.
Say the top of page 8.
For the what?
Yeah.
She took her COVID.
No, case number 1048.
She's sick?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
She went and got tested on Monday, was it Monday?
Uh-huh.
And
But she's sick.
they did a quick test and it came back negative.
Well, that doesn't mean
We're gonna wait
anything.
until Friday.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything if you're sick.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean
You're
anything.
sick, you're sick.
Yeah.
Stay home.
Yeah.
Stay home if you're sick. So,
Oof.
so do we need to reset all this back up?
Ah, So we're gonna do 1048 and 1049 because they're both owned by the same person, right?
Yes.
Sure.
Hey, Eamon, we're just on this one. We had a little bit of problem understanding what y'all were saying. Okay. And so that's why I kept going, okay, wait. So how many, because it was like, well,
Did it kind of sound like muffled?
It is. It's very muffled.
Does it kind of sound like there's like a piece of fabric over our mouths?
yes.
Yes.
Get-
Okay, I know what your next comment is, Eamon. Come on now.
That's not funny. We can't understand ya. Speak a little clearer.
Eamon, that was too obvious.
So is this person here for these two cases?
Yes.
They're showing up at least. That's good.
Not for us.
Is that Jackie?
Yes.
Yeah, she's in the gallery back here.
No, Peanut Gallery is on Kathy's microphone.
Yeah.
That one's the Peanut Gallery. It's a good one. In a world of
So on the next one, we might just be able to watch it like normal, right? I don't like this.
Can you put us back where we belong?
Yeah, don't be changing things.
Oh, yes, he's got us all moved around here. We don't need to see each other.
No.
This is what I see all the time, and I'm okay with it because then it makes me laugh.
Oh, it's just the three of you girls?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Goodness.
See, you should have been back there controlling the computer, so it would have been girl power.
I had too much work to do.
There you go. Now y'all are flipping all around.
But it's okay. We got Scott to agree to do meal delivery for us.
It's the cord, it's the batteries, I've got new batteries.
You know
What's your grandson doing?
What?
I said, how's your grandson doing?
Oh yeah, how's that team doing, Kathy?
We can't catch that game. The game, we were watching reruns of the game played Monday.
Oh.
And it was five overtimes. It was like playing 6 hours they had to play. They were exhausted.
Oh my gosh. They
Yeah,
lost.
They finally won in the 5th overtime.
Yay.
Then they were playing again today, but we can't get it on the TV. So we just have to wait until it's over and see who won. Then sometimes we can see the reruns of it. Sometimes they're on national television and then we can get it.
That's awesome.
They're all in Canada. All the teams from all over the country, including Canada, are all in Canada in two great big huge bubbles. One, two different arenas. No spectators, and they don't leave. They have an exercise area, restaurants, exercise rooms, blah blah, but they can't go anywhere.
Wow.
And they're there for, well, they've been there a month and they're going to be there till the end of, well, however long they last in the Stanley Cup. And he has a brand new baby. Grandson
Really?
has a brand new baby, so he's missing all of that.
Yeah.
He's getting paid for it.
Yeah, but he gets paid really well, so.
That's awesome.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
What'd you get, Cindy? Some good stuff?
No, somebody wanted some of those lozenges. The On Guard lozenges. So I'm putting them in a baggie and gonna beg my husband to go take them up to the BP so they'll be there for him. You know, the BP.
The what?
Yeah.
We are, when we're talking about the boiling pot, we'll go, okay, the
Oh, the
BP.
BP, the boiling pot.
Hey, I know, it's got a clicky name.
Yeah.
I thought it was the beach park.
Oh, that would be. Well, we do have we have the, what is it? The beach house, and we've got the patio and the deck. So actually, you know, very appropriate, Scott.
What's the next account?
I believe it is.
You want the case number or the account number?
The person is really who I want.
Cheryl Matlock.
I believe.
Okay, that's who I'm gonna.
Is she there?
Yeah, is this person here?
Yes.
They're in person. They're not in the room yet. They're on their way.
Okay.
I'm gonna swear in just to ask one question.
Okay.
Subject property owner. Said.
Hey, Bill, so can you take this up to the boiling pot for me?
Okay. I'll take this to the ball.
And get him to put it in the office on Ramona's desk.
Okay.
Her office is in the back, right?
Yeah, so just go through that gate on,
Yeah.
and then, but you'll have to ask inside, it may be locked. So you may have to go in the back of the restaurant.
It'll probably be locked.
You what, Ramona?
It'll probably be locked. You'll have to ask like for Megan.
Megan? Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Do what now?
What do you need from the grocery store?
I want a salad tonight.
I'm doing a salad, but I'm also doing some mustard greens
Oh, mustard greens are good.
with tortellini.
Come on, y'all.
Mustard greens are good, Ramona.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds great. I'll be by about like 5:15.
Okay. Well, I don't know if he'll have them ready, but they take a little bit to cook, Scott.
All right.
I'll save you some for tomorrow if I can.
Do you put like spicy vinegar on it?
Yeah. Oh God, yes, of course.
Either order dinner or wait.
You know, it's done.
You can do it tonight or tomorrow. Okay.
Miss Cheryl Matlock is here. She's gonna be seated at the table.
Okay.
So you guys aren't putting us back?
What's the question?
You know, like
You aren't putting us back on the shelf?
up on the screen.
I don't care about them tonight.
Is Polino's cheap? Those spaghetti.
Yeah. Is this? Okay, yes.
What did you get? Oh,
They'll ask you to
huge.
call in. You'll say your name, read this.
It's
And
the portion.
Yeah, I know. But you just asked what the price was.
How you doing, Bert?
So we're doing 1048, account 17631 first.
Where is this person?
she's here.
Oh,
That's
she's
right.
here.
I brought her in. Miss Carol Matlock here sitting with us. She is in person. And we're ready to go on page number 1048.
Okay, great.
All right. Y'all ready?
Ready.
All right, we're going to commence this hearing on case number 20201048, account number 17631. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. I'm Ramona LeBlanc. We have Cindy Duck and Kathy Hoffman. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The comptroller's office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. The appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Ms. Matlock, do we have all your evidence?
Yes.
Okay. The ARB members who are considering your protest have not communicated with anybody about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I've not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear I've not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I am located in Texas.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F. I'm signing to that effect, and I am in Texas.
My name is Val Smith. I'm Notary Public. I'm witnessing Ms. LeBlanc, Ms. Duck, and Ms. Hoffman's signatures via Zoom, and I am physically located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
All right, so. I, Cheryl Matlock, do solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Ms. Matlock, do you hold the Texas appraiser's license?
And I, Michael Soto, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. Sorry, Ramona.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Matlock, you have a time limit page in front of you. Would you like the district to go first, or would you like to go first?
You can go first, that's fine.
Okay. Subject property is 17631. It is a commercial property on the corner of Magnolia and North Street, kind of behind downtown. It's commercial in nature, small lot, has a metal building on it. Its use is kind of whatever somebody wants to do with it. It's not like a retail storefront or anything. The value of the property is $27,500 for the land, and then $20,330 for the building, and $8,040 for the concrete that makes up, the parking lot. The sales grid shows sales of other properties that include metal buildings that are the same class, which is WHSA. That means warehouse class S average quality. So they're not, these aren't going to have offices in them. They're not going to be drywalled, but they're also not going to have dirt floors. The best one, we have comp one is a sale of one that has, it's very rural, and it's a similarly small building. And comp three is basically very industrial. Comp two is the best one, and it's the one in the middle. It's a sale of just another property. If you look at it, the subject has $27,500 worth of land, and the comp two has $26,860 worth of land. The land values are very, very close. So the only thing contributing value outside of that is the little metal building, and they paid $125 for it. So if this property were to sell like that property, because their land value is the same, then it would indicate that this should be $126,000. Obviously, that's way above what we have for market value. We have equity things to consider, and the fact that there is what's called a substitution value, the fact that you can go out and buy a metal building like this for much less than $125,000. It's not $100,000 worth of building, but it was noticed at 55 because it has a metal building on it. We have to have everything that's real property inventoried on the account. So it was just measured and added as per class. The next thing is the equity grid showing other properties. There you go. With WHSAs that are about the same size. They're being valued on the exact same schedule. There's no difference. The median equity value indicated for the subject is 53,431. The subject's indicated market and notice value is 55,870. It's a little bit lower. The equity value is lower by like $2,000 or something, which is within a margin of error. And the next, I think that there is there a sales ratio? There's no sales ratio report. Why would there be? It's metal building. That's all. And this is not being valued on income, by the way. It's strictly cost. It's just a metal building.
Okay. All right. So now, Cheryl, you've got 2 minutes to cross-examine and then 5 minutes to present. So I'm just going to go ahead and give you 7 minutes.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I'd like to tell you that it's not formed as a metal building. It was listed as parking in the permit that I obtained from the city. Does not have power to it, does not have water to it. It was to replace a carport that was damaged in Harvey. The year that we put it in was 2017, not 2019. And I'll be honest with you, it's never going to be rented or anything, but it's for personal storage, but it does not meet metal building standards. And because we discussed that when I got my city permit from Frank's, and everybody agreed that it was storage or parking. So I don't feel like I should be in the same class as a metal building.
But we aren't. What they mean by metal building and what we mean are completely
I
different
mean, I
things.
literally have where I paid $10,600 for that building.
Let's say 13,255.
No, that's the total. I put in 2 carports. One of them we took down because we built a house back behind, and we sold that carport rather than trying to re-put it up.
Got it.
Because my home is on the back side of that piece of property, and we have a fence there. I've attached pictures to show that the fence is on the property line. It's never going to sell unless I sell the whole thing.
Right. Yeah, and the only difference there is that the cost of something is not the market value of something. The cost of a house, so say you build a house for $150,000. You don't sell it for $150,000, right?
Well, I understand how that works, but this is a carport. It's not anywhere the class. I have another metal building on another lot, and it's not anywhere close to the class of building that a metal building would be. My brother used to build metal buildings all over town. This one, my uncle works for.
It's not a carport.
Anyway,
I'm just going to ask you two.
It's a carport. It's
I'm just going to ask you
anywhere
two
close.
questions. So yes or no answers. Is it a building?
It is a building. No, it's a carport.
So it's not a building.
I would say it's a carport.
Is it a building?
Is a carport a building?
That's what I'm asking you. Is that a building?
It is a carport. And if you want to say that a carport is a building, that's fine. We'll say that a carport is a building.
Yeah, I know it's not our time, but
All I'm saying is it's a building made of metal. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, but it's a carport, and I can literally replace it
brain
today for the
surgery.
same thing that I bought it for.
Sure. But either way, I was just trying to clear up that whatever the city does for their permitting has nothing to do with Marshall Swift schedules for cost values. Nothing to do with it at all.
Well, I understand that, but I would think that if it was permitted as parking or storage, then you would not classify it as a metal building per se that a business could be put in. But
You would
this
be
obviously
incorrect.
Can be put in there. It does not have water and it does not have power.
We know that. A WHSA would not have water or power.
for the record, a WHSA is a metal warehouse. The difference between a carport and a warehouse is garage doors. It's obvious that the subject property has garage doors. It's properly classified, but again, it's not our time. Ms. Matlock, you can continue.
Well, I mean, I've submitted you with pictures of what it is. I actually had to submit some other documents when I did the city permit and everything with it. But like I said, I am contesting it's worth $28,000 because it's not. I can literally tear that building down and sell it, and I can literally replace it for virtually the same money. I mean, I'd be happy to get an estimate from Eagle Carports for you. Because I was looking at putting another one elsewhere on another piece of property, and it's actually a bigger one. And they literally can buy one for almost the same money. And I built it in 2017.
I think you're underestimating how much it would cost to tear it down.
No, I got a crew that can do it for $300.
Just because you can save money doesn't mean that its economic value is less.
I have a crew that'll tear it down for $300.
I mean, I could burn it down for free for the cost of a match. It's not, it doesn't mean that it's worth nothing. Like, it's,
You can put them back together, and that's what we had planned to do with the other carport that we took down. And it sat in the yard for quite a while, and finally someone asked me if I wanted to sell it, and so I sold it. And I said, yeah,
so,
I don't know when we're ever gonna put that back.
so would you sell this property at 203 South Magnolia with the land and the building and the fence and as is? Would you sell it to somebody for $42,000?
No, it's not for sale.
Okay, I didn't ask if it was for sale. I asked if you would
The answer
sell
to
it.
that is no, it's not for sale.
Would you sell it to somebody for $55,000?
No, it's not for sale.
Would you sell it to somebody for $4 million?
Well, probably so.
Yeah, so we found the number. The number is somewhere between what we noticed you at
You're
and
asking
$4
me if I'm
million.
gonna sell something that I don't have any intentions of selling. And what I'm telling you is that lot, if that building is not worth $28,000 that you're telling me that's what you're putting it at. It is literally worth about $12,000. I can have it replaced. It doesn't, I don't have to, I mean, I can put another one up and it'll be the same exact price.
Where are we at on time, Cindy?
She still has 1 minute and 43 seconds.
In the rebuttal period.
Yeah, we're not to the rebuttal.
I don't know what else I can tell you. It was permitted as a parking and storage. And it was permitted as a carport. It was not permitted as a metal building because we had that discussion with the city because Amanda questioned whether it was going to be a metal building or not. And Frank said, no, it's parking. It's a carport. So, I mean, I'll be happy to go get those documents from Frank. Have no problem with that.
Okay, so you still have a minute left.
I mean, I don't know what else I can say. So.
You're done? Okay. All right. So now the district has 2 minutes to cross-examine and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
We handle the cross for a second. Does the structure have garage doors?
Yeah, and one of them doesn't work.
Okay, so this, for the record, the subject property owner has indicated that the subject has, the structure has garage doors. In that description, that classifies it more as our warehouse. In our WHSA, we have that as an average warehouse. She indicated that it doesn't have, I believe, electric and sewer, and we affirm that. In our classification of WHSA, it's just an empty shell of a warehouse. A warehouse has enclosures. The difference between a carport and a warehouse and or a garage, for that matter, would be the enclosures. You actually get to close it up, and this meets that standard. Furthermore, this was compared to other WHSAs. If you'll go back to our evidence, the property owners presented information of what stuff cost to buy, not necessarily assemble and put together. And then the difference would be, what does that have in the marketplace? What do these actually sell for with land in Rockport? The sales indicate 65,000, 125,000. Continue on. This one sold for a whole bunch more, but it has a whole bunch more with it. The median value has 126,000. Just the median value. I mean, comp number 1 is a really good comp. Comp number 2 is a great comp. You know, it has essentially the same land value. It's smaller than the subject, has the same class as the subject. That one sold for $125,000. Even though equity is not under protest, if we move on to equity, how do we treat things like this in the county? WHSA, 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 all of these we're treating in similar fashion with similar values. You'll see the median equity value at $53,431. Now, what's interesting and it's important to understand is there is a difference between a permitting process of what you're going to assert that you're going to build to the city. We don't have any purview there. We don't have a say in whether what a person can build.
can build, how to build it, what timeline to build it, and how they classify it. All we are concerned with is the market reaction to whatever is built. And what we know is in our classification system, a carport does not have sides. It doesn't have doors. Classification, a carport is devoid or void of doors. This one has garage doors. So it is properly classified, it's properly assessed, and that's what I would say. That's all we have for rebuttal and cross.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So now you've got, Cheryl, you've got okay, you would be at 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay, number one, warehouse structures are built differently than carports are. The metal structure is different. The metal wind load is different on those. A carport is not meant to withstand, doesn't matter whether it has sides, because you can buy them without sides. I could have put that one up without the sides and the garage doors and added those later. That's the way those structures are meant to be built. They don't have the same capacity that a warehouse type metal, traditional metal building has. They're not worth anywhere close to that because they're not built that way, and they're not manufactured to be built like a wet metal building. Not at all. They don't take the same load. They're not, they offer you to tell you 110 miles, 120 mile an hour wind. That carport in Harvey would be gone just like that. Whereas I have a metal building that's on my other property. That metal building, I had one little corner where it ripped off my little antenna for my Wi-Fi. Absolutely no damage whatsoever. And that's where I'm getting my comparison. I've built houses. My dad built houses for years. I've flipped a lot of homes. I have never in my life considered a carport a metal building. It may meet what you described because it has garage doors to it. Those weren't out on you, and I can show you the bill. You've got the bill for it. The reason why carports are so affordable is because they are not built like metal buildings are. They don't have any type of insulation. They don't have anything at all in them. It's just a metal shell with just sheet metal, and that's got some rivets. So if that is not, I know how metal buildings are built. That is not anywhere close to how a metal building is built. They have to have windstorm, wind loads, and all of that on a metal building. Carports, they're not required to have that. Frank didn't ask me for any of that. It's a carport. He said, replace what you had. I said, well, I'm going to put in a enclosed one. He said, not a problem. It's parking. Go ahead and do it. And while I understand that you don't have any control over what the city does, I think that the city has some bearing in this simply and purely because they didn't classify it as a metal building and they had the opportunity to do that. So,
okay. And I'm sorry, I really hate, but the 2 minutes on that are used up. So now we're at the district closing for 1 minute, and then you'll get 1 minute to close again. Okay, Cheryl?
Okay.
In closing, I would just like to say that I think we've kind of lost sight of the point of what we do here, which is to put market value on real property. Everything matters. The location, the land, the buildings, how it's situated. It seems like the subject property owner has a great deal of personal knowledge about this type of building, but it's gotten to sort of lose sight of the forest for the trees here. We're just saying that this property with this parcel number 17631 would sell for $55,870. And if we look at the market value based on sales, it'd probably sell for like double that. But if we do it on equity, it's right around there. We have to do things based on what market's doing, and we have to do it equally to everyone. All we're saying is that this property, the land, the metal building, the concrete, the fence, the location, everything all together is $55,000. And we're also aware, in fact, that it probably would be able to be sold for twice that.
Okay. All
That's all.
right, now Cheryl, you get 1 minute to close.
Okay, and while I understand your classifications, I disagree with that simply and purely because they're not built the same. And to say that the property would sell for that, let me give you a little history lesson. My fence sits right on the property line. Neither property can be sold without the other one being sold contiguously. So it's, you know, it's right there. The property cannot be separated out and without a legal agreement. So as far as that hinders the sale on that property forever until that legal agreement is drawn.
Do you own the other property?
I own all of it.
It would have no effect on its value.
Okay, Cheryl, you've got like 10 seconds. Are you done or what? I didn't hear what. Okay. All right. So now go ahead. We've got 5 minutes. So Ramona, this is the appraisal review board's time to ask questions and come up with our answer. So Ramona, go on.
So Eamon, in 1 year, that little garage went up $13,000 in value.
It wasn't on there before.
What was the improvement last year then?
There was a partially complete structure and some concrete.
That is not true.
She means on the account, not on your land.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. On the account, you have 14,000 for last year.
Would you like
What
to-
was that including?
Just to look at the card for last year.
Scott, pull up the 2019 card for us. Okay, so all that's on there for improvements is concrete at 14,000. I can't quite see it from here.
14,000 and change. That's all that was on there last
That's
year.
what it is. Then the amount of concrete was reduced because it's subsumed as the foundation for the WHSA. But the building was added to the account this year. The change was because the building was literally not on the account last year.
Okay, I think, first of all,
14,000 in the warehouse?
I'm kind of thinking that it needs to be where it is. Equity wasn't under protest, which would reduce it by a couple of $1,000s. Certainly not going to recommend 126. So I'm kind of with the facts that the district has presented in terms of the comps, and looks like it's basically undervalued.
I would, we looked at, while it's not under protest, equity is not. The equity part brings it down a little bit.
About $2,000.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So took it down by 2.
Well, it comes to 53.
That wasn't under protest. I mean, we can do that.
Yeah, but they presented the evidence on it.
There wasn't, I mean, we did listen to evidence on it.
I mean, the district is who brought it up.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, it does deserve to come down a little bit.
Okay, that's as far as I would want to go. If you want to take the basically $2,000 off of it, and that's fine with me.
Yes.
Okay, so
I would take 2,000 off, so it'll be 53,870.
Is that what the equity showed?
No, I'm sorry. The equity is 53,431.
Okay, so
Yeah.
just to be clear, this ARB is going to make a ruling on equity when it was not under protest?
No, we are not making a ruling under equity. We're going to make our ruling.
Our ruling is based on listening to everything and also listening on about the equity. because it was brought up. We're going to make it on the appraised, we're going to make the ruling on appraised market value.
Okay.
Appraised market value was 126,000.
I know.
Well, we're not going to do that.
No. Because I don't think that's worth 126,000.
No, I'm actually in favor of leaving it right where it is.
I feel, I'm actually kind of more comfortable with the 53,870.
I'm good with 53,870.
All right, so I'll make a motion. Let's see if it passes.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay with me.
We'll see if it passes, and if it doesn't, then we'll do it again. On account number 17631, based upon what we heard from the district and from the property owner, taking into consideration the incorrect appraised market value, I make a motion on account 17631 that we lower the 2020 value to $53,870.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Oh, aye. Sorry.
Okay. And then I think we're done with that hearing, but I think, don't we have another one for her?
Yeah. We're going to open case number 20201-049, account number 17632, where if it's okay with Ms. Matlock, we're going to forego all the fun stuff and we'll just go to swearing in on this. I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F and signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another individual in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F. And I am signing to that effect, and I am located in Texas.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F. I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
My name's Val Smith. I'm a notary public. I am witnessing Ms. LeBlanc, Ms. Hoffman, and Ms. Duck's signatures via Zoom, and I'm physically located. So if you will state your name and read that again.
I, Cheryl Matlock, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for this Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Is Damon going to sign in as well?
No, he had other things to do.
Okay. All right. Cheryl, would you like to go first, or would you like the district to go first?
I can go first. I submitted all kinds of photographs of the interior of the building. After Harvey, we gutted that building to the rafters and to the studs. It's never been put back. It's basically storage. We use one area. I mean, I drew a little drawing to show you that we do use one that I have glassware and stuff that really can't be hurt if it gets wet. And then the rest of it is all storage and personal storage and shop area for my home, because I moved from a house that had a 4-car garage, which obviously I don't have anymore. So I had to have some place to put all my crap. And I mean, we literally have done nothing. It's an old Shell Creek building. And I've submitted all kinds of photos of the flooring. It could not be rented at all. I labeled each one for each area of the building just to show that the building's still gutted. I know y'all put that had a new roof, but I submitted also an engineering report from my insurance company where they said the roof needed to be replaced. I am in a battle with the roofer now, and because it was not put down. I also put the engineering pictures that said what needed to be done. But every roofer that's looked at it has said it has to come back off because it cannot be fixed because it was put down wrong. So I'm in a battle with the roofer on that. So I don't feel like a new roof on the building actually counts for much right now. I mean, and it was paid for, yeah, but it's not windstorm. I cannot get a windstorm certificate. I cannot get insurance on that building right now because of the roof. So, I mean, I've submitted a ton of pictures to show you what the building looks like. And, you know, I use part of it where it doesn't get wet. I use part of it as a storage, and I have some inventory in there, but the rest of the building I use as personal shop and storage area. It's kind of hard moving from a big house to a smaller house. That's really all I have. I really can't say much more about it.
Okay. All right. So now, Mike, you have 2 minutes for cross-examine and then 5 minutes. So I'm giving you a total of 7 minutes.
Okay, so just to be clear, you did put a roof on, but there's some deficiencies.
There's major deficiencies. It has to be totally taken off because it was installed. That's why I included the engineering report from my insurance company, because his insurance company stated that he basically lied to us and told us he had insurance for that type of roof, and he didn't. It specifically excluded hot mop or torch down, which he put down anyway, and knowing that his insurance company would not cover it. I battled with them at first, and I even took it to the State Board of Insurance, and they found that he wasn't covered for it. So I'm stuck having to sue him.
Yeah. Well, we don't have that much value on the entire improvement. I mean, we only have 87. So we have 115 overall. What do you purport that the value of the whole is? Like somebody comes and I know it's not for sale. You've already said that in the previous deal. Somebody hands you a check for something. At what point do you say, yeah, I'll take that? Or no, I don't think that's enough. I mean, what do you think the value of this thing is?
Well, right now,
in its current state, yes,
I'm
ma'am.
kind of hoping for a hurricane to tear it down so that I can put a metal building up, and you can charge me for the metal building. I mean, I'm not going to put a value on my property because I've not looked at comps. I've not done due diligence on that. And so I'm not going to sit here and put a value on my property because I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to get me to say what I think the property's worth, and what the property's worth is totally irrelevant here because it was my dad's property. It'd be like asking me if I wanted to sell something in my mother's or my dad's right now. I'm not ready to do that.
Okay.
So asking me to put a value on something I'm not ready to deal with is kind of pointless.
Okay. Let's flip it. I own the property. What would you give me for it?
The building in that shape, they give you land value for it.
You give me land value for it.
Yeah.
So for the record, the property owner is saying that this thing is worth $27,000. All right.
You got 5 minutes, Mike.
Thank you very much. This is on Magnolia Street. Magnolia is one street off of Austin. Austin's the old town downtown. We're trying to, the closest sale that I can find is not very comparable. It's a totally different kind of structure, but sold for $485. Supports the valuation that we have on the land for sure. When you compare the classes and the size of this, you know, gives that particular one gives a value of $220,000. Now, having said that, the subject property owner is giving you good evidence that on the inside, it's shell state. So that should be considered after we do our calculations, but that one's 220. This is, for the record, I am not going to present information on equity. I'm only going to present information on market value because that's the only thing under protest. The second comp, again, is much bigger than the subject. It's kind of a retail center. The third one is actually pretty close to the subject as well. So comp number 3 and comp number 1 are pretty good comps. They're both on Austin Street. They're both, I will affirm, better than the subject. That one sold for $300,000. Again, when you can affirm the differences between that one and this one, that one purports a value of 118. Okay. So if you're looking at 220 and 118, which are the best sales comps that we have, and market value is the only thing under protest. Divided by 2. Okay, that's 169. And what I would say is 169 is supported on a 115 sale, on a 115 valuation. Having said that, the subject property is in a shell state. We have done this operation many times and found that a shell state is approximately 52%. And 52% of the value of the structure itself. For the record, the structure value is 81,000. Yeah, because the rest is either porch or storage attached, so those are untouched. So 81,640. That would say that that portion would be 42,452 plus 1,810 plus 4,360. That's a total improvement value of $48,622. If you add the land back into it, the land is 27,500.
So pretty much so what you had last year for the value.
76,122. Yeah, pretty close.
Okay. So, Cheryl?
Okay, the only thing I want to point out is that building is, you cannot go back in and refinish it. It's just, there's too much that would be involved. It's a shellcrete building, and I think I gave y'all a photograph of, you could see one of the shellcrete walls that was deteriorating. You could actually see the dust and particles from that wall on the floor, and it's one of the exterior walls. What's happened is all the plaster has come off of that, and so you cannot put it back as a feasible building. I mean, it's basically, I'm either going to tear it down or hope for a hurricane. And either way, I don't have any insurance to do that. So whatever happens to it, happens to it. But it is not a building that I would sell somebody because it has so many issues with it. I mean, the electrical, all of that is all, we've had to do some modifications for some things so that we could have lights in it. Because of the wiring, we didn't rewire everything. We tried to use what we could, but everything's up in the rafters, and it's just not and when you look up there, even though we pulled all the insulation down, you can still, I mean, there's just so much that needs to be done to that building that I would never, looking from my point, I wouldn't buy a building like that unless I was going to tear it down. I mean, I'm okay with that. I thought maybe we could restore part of it because I thought I was going to put me an office in it. But when I talked to contractors about coming in and doing it, they said no.
Okay. So now the district did come up, and is obviously trying to come up with a fair valuation on this property. So now, Cheryl, you've got 2 minutes to cross-examine and 2 minutes for rebuttal, but I just want to ask you one thing. That value of $76,180 total value, is that something that you think is a fair value? It's the same value it was last year.
I do. I'm not gonna argue that point.
Okay, so that being said, will you accept that amount as your valuation for 2020?
Yes.
Okay, so very good, awesome. Okay, on account 17632.
We didn't have closings or anything, did we? Or do we just?
Wait, Mike, did you offer that? I'm sorry, I may have misunderstood.
I was calculating a value. That's correct.
Okay, but you didn't offer it.
I didn't. I think you did on my behalf, but I mean.
No, I'm sorry. I thought you offered. I was not trying to force anything on anyone. I truly thought you were offering that value to her.
No, I was strictly saying that.
Well, then, okay, then never mind. And I'm so sorry, Cheryl. It's my absolute mistake. So, okay. So now you get, Cheryl, you get 2 minutes for cross-examine and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
I don't know what else I can say. I mean, he's obviously wants more for the building than it's worth. So I was told when I came down here to get ready for a fight, and so that's what it is.
Yeah, for the record, the subject property owner, you know what, I'm not even gonna say it, but that's fine. In my closing, I was gonna say exactly what you said. I was gonna say that the property owner has brought evidence that is sufficient to warrant a change. I did come to the 76,000. It's just procedurally, you know, I'm the one that makes the offer, and I do so in summary, typically. And that's all I'm saying. So 76,122 is the number I came up with. You round to the nearest 10, it'd be 76,120. It's actually less than it was last year. That is my closing.
Okay, so I think let's, wow.
I think it's ARB, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think I'm good with the 76,120.
Yeah.
Okay, so on account number 17632, 17632, based upon what we've heard from the district and from the property owner, taking into consideration the possibility of an incorrect appraised market value, I make a motion that for the 2020 value, we put it back to $76,120.
Kathy,
A second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, case closed. Thank you, Miss Cheryl.
Thank you, Cheryl. You'll get something in the mail in like the next 2 or so weeks, and it will restate that valuation. It'll also, if you wish to pursue any further action, it'll tell you what those options are and how you begin that. Also, it will, oh, and you're there in the office. So if you would, please go ahead and take the time to fill out a survey based upon your experience with the appraisal review board, which is us.
Okay.
I would appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
And thank you for offering, bringing evidence with you to offer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Disintegrates though.
It does, but
it is
It's so cool that it has shellcrete walls. I think I didn't realize that. I think that's awesome.
Yeah. It's not as good as the new stuff, but it's way cooler.
No, but it's like so cool. I'm going to go down there and look. I didn't realize that.
Real local flair.
I think we have 2 affidavits that we have to read into the record. We're trying to find them right now. I don't know what you
We're
can.
here ready when y'all are.
Okay.
Yep.
I have to make a phone call on my other job, so you'll have to hold on for me in a second anyway.
Sure. Well, I think now would be a good time to do that.
Yeah, if you can call now, would be good.
I'm gonna grab some ice. I'll be right back.
Right.
I don't know what Mike Johnson's number is. Johnson Associates.
I don't think we're disallowed from talking about the hearing with each other. We're disallowed.
Okay, we have one more in-person hearing.
Well, we're gonna have to stop now because Kathy left to go to typically.
Oh, no, those people have been waiting in their car for like 2 hours.
Oh, there's people here?
Yes.
Oh, is it?
No, we
They
can't
can't
without
be
a
sent in until
quorum.
Kathy gets back.
Where's she going?
Everybody's going actually.
Oh,
No, actually.
okay. 5 minutes left for the day.
So I don't know if y'all heard that when Kathy's back, we're ready to roll because we have a person, in person waiting.
Person in the parking lot and then 2 affidavits after that?
Yes.
Okay. Are both of
And
the
a letter.
Okay. Are the affidavits both from the 3 o'clock docket or is one from the 1:30?
One is from the 1:30.
CPA.
Oh, that was what I thought.
Hey, there's
The
2
world?
people that'll be coming in.
Yes.
Is this the evidence from that last one? Oh, no.
Still here. Her keys, I think were locked in her car, so keep that. She's still in the building.
Oh, but
You have Johnson and Creekmore.
I wonder if I could keep a copy of this.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, does it have to be stored somewhere weird or can I just take it?
I can't find my Johnson's number.
Okay. I don't have to do anything.
If I Zoom, get off this to make a phone call or look for a number, am I gonna be able to get back on again?
Kathy, here's the thing that came up. There's one more person, and if you can, there's one more person that's been waiting in their car for like an hour and a half or 2.
Okay, yeah, I gotta make a call before 5 o'clock.
God.
Kathy, do you just want me to mute you? Is that what you're trying to ask?
What's that?
Are you just trying to make sure it's muted or what?
I'm trying to make a phone call on my phone, but I've got you guys on Zoom.
On your phone?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, just hang up and call right back when you're done.
What number do I call?
The Zoom number, just like you signed in earlier. 63.
Oh, just like just sign back in on Zoom?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and process them and bring them
Go
on.
ahead.
Johnson and Creedmoor, so no,
I've got Mike Johnson's number.
what?
I've got.
I don't know why anyone wants to waste the time.
Okay, I have Kathy muted. She can leave if she figures out how to do that, but if not, I don't want to kick her because if I kick her, she won't be able to come back. It has a little warning. It says basically if you expel somebody from the meeting, they can't come back. So I don't want to do that. And we currently do not have a quorum. We're waiting for her to come back.
Yes, sir.
So we have a citizen coming in?
Yes, Kathy's out.
Yeah, we'll just wait until she comes back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a problem.
Yeah, we're good.
Question, the iPads, do they have service?
Yeah.
So, is it one over there, or is it in Ray's office?
I think they're both in Ray's office.
I'm gonna try to get on so I can try that WebEx thing.
Oh, yeah. That's a good idea. It should be pretty seamless.
I'm gonna try to put this back while we're doing it. You want to carry it? I will.
Watch, we put it all back in and somebody says,
Right.
I brought in a thumb drive.
You want to carry that? I will feed the cord.
After we do this thing, somebody's gonna come and go, and they brought a thumb drive with them.
Yes.
There you go.
This one is behind you, right?
Yeah, it's kind of tricky for the weight for the board.
And can you, would it be Gmail? Right now, it's like, should I be able to?
Yay, thank you, Eamon.
You're welcome.
Going up.
Do we have just Gmails right here?
I have to do this a little bit. Yeah, just hit that. Go ahead and delete. Yes, probably still.
But I don't have to do it for an account?
Yeah, I'll log in. That's supposed to be on the Aransas tab. I'll do it in there.
Yeah, they're not here yet, so if you could do that, because I forwarded that
To
deal.
the Gmail.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as soon as this is in, then it'll be
Does it
available. And just to be sure, just to be, because you're trying to dry run this for the meeting, right?
Yeah. And I hope
Let's turn off the Wi-Fi. because we want to make sure that your service is uninterrupted, even if you don't have Wi-Fi, you know?
Okay.
Okay.
Is there a WebEx meeting on there?
Yeah, so now it's on there, and it says,
Zoom? No, that's not it.
that's not it. Did you,
I'll forward it over. Practice PTAP meeting number 2.
uh-huh.
So just hit
And then
the
there should be one that says
join
join
event.
That's the guy.
So open with Chrome,
I
right?
would do it in Chrome, yeah. And hang on, it might be trying to.
Join.
Yep.
Via installed app. No, come on in. We're gonna be right over here, folks. Did you get 2 chairs? Yeah. Okay. What are we doing here? Just get.
Yeah, we'll install that one too.
And once everything starts, there will be.
Ramona?
Yeah.
You know that Texas friendly thing that you and I got certified to teach and all?
Yeah.
What do you call, what's the industry? The hotels and the restaurants, what, I'm forgetting. the word.
Hospitality.
Huh?
Hospitality.
Thank you so much.
How are you doing, folks? The board is via Zoom because of the pandemic. Eamon's going to be the representative for the district. We represent the district. In just a moment, the board members will do some swear-in stuff for you. So they'll get started in just a few minutes, okay?
I forgot to ask, is this 1172?
It's case, let's see. Your name, your last name, ma'am? Sorry. Lazinski?
Yes.
Case
Okay, thank you.
1172.
1172, that's correct.
It's the top of page 9.
Nice.
Yes, sir. We got it, or I got it.
And then this is the last one in person, right?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
It's
Whatever you want to do. I don't think that actually matters. Just need a little.
Wow.
Let's see if it'll commit. Event not started. I wonder, because it was 22 minutes ago, if she tried to practice run there.
Okay, well, there you go. So it worked, but the, wow, that looks exactly like Zoom. That's weird. That's very weird. But the,
should I go back to the?
No, just contact that person and see if they're,
just to try it.
Still hosting it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks for your patience. Everybody's miles apart from each other, and we're all having holographic Jedi meetings now. So that's how it's going.
Val?
It did, and before it was a bank, it was the CPL building. Yeah.
Val
Where
or
at?
Ian or Scott?
We thought we were looking at it. We were like, let's go look at it. We were hoping there would be like some cool vault or like a safe deposit boxes. There's like, it's like the size of a gun safe over there. That's pretty much it. And we're like, oh man, I guess kind of sort of a there is no Santa Claus moment, finding out that a bank in 2020 is basically a laptop and a briefcase. It's a bank.
I have a locked filing cabinet with 2 drawers.
A lot.
I've always worked at banks, and I know some, one of the ones I worked in was an older bank, and it had the huge
That's so
door.
cool.
That's what you wanted to see.
That's what we wanted to have. Yeah, definitely. That would have been cool.
Full of gold doubloons, even better. Hey guys, is there like, does the district have, I don't know what's going on. Oh, wait, Monday, it won't be an issue. Right, because you'll have
I'll
four
be here
people.
Monday or Tuesday.
Right, but I mean, going forward, it is going to be a problem with, oh, but I think she said she'd go this weekend, right? And see what was up with
See
her.
what?
Huh?
Oh, yeah, she said she was gonna go to tomorrow and go check it out.
Okay.
Good talk.
But if nothing else, because Ramona, you're using 2 of the fire things?
Yeah. They work fine.
That's good to hear.
So maybe could she use one of, does the district have another extra fire?
I think so. Val,
I think they bought it
did you
for
send
each of
her-
us to have 2.
1 or 2?
If it is one of the
The
new
ones
ones.
the ones that were sent to Kathy.
She got 1 and 2 stands.
Okay, but she didn't get 2 fire tablets.
Right, and we don't have, well, there's this, and from what I understand, 1 isn't working.
That's okay. We'll figure it out.
It says Zoom on it. Maybe we were using it for like the camera.
So, Eamon, I just, maybe I made a mistake, but I just tried to admit Kathy, because
Hey, Cindy, do we need to call Kathy?
but there's no audio. I mean, she's not there. It's just her phone.
She's not, I mean, she's got that phone looking up at the, do you want me to call her?
She's gonna have to look at it and decide to do something with it. It won't connect to her audio until she picks it up.
Yeah, we can mute her, but we cannot unmute her. It's a privacy.
She hung all the way up.
Right, but I'm saying when she logs in muted. We
Yeah.
can't turn her microphone on. She has to do it.
See, now she's touching
Well,
her.
but look, her phone, she's moving her phone. So,
She's probably here.
Oh, wait a minute. I just got in.
yay.
Thank you. Yay.
I'm back.
Wait, okay.
I can't see
Okay.
anybody.
So this is going to be case 1172. It's account 58867.
Wait a minute. I can't see anybody. I've got a black screen. No, okay, there you are.
I see you.
I'm sorry. Give me the number. Give me the number again,
The
please.
case is 1172. It's on the 3
11
o'clock docket. It's
On the 3
First
o'clock.
one on page 9.
first one on page 9. That's right.
First one on page 9. Okay, go.
Okay. Ready?
You ready? Okay, we're going to commence this hearing on case number 20201172, account number 58867. This hearing is being recorded. We are the Appraisal Review Board. That will be hearing your goodness, it's been a long day. That will be hearing your protest today. I'm Ramona LeBlanc, Cindy Duck, and Kathy Hoffman are with me. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. Whoops. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey ARB. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 41.45H, all written material that has been provided must be provided at this time. The ARB members who are considering you, oh, shoot. Miss Terry or Tony? Miss Ledzinski?
Yes,
Do we have all of your evidence?
yes.
Okay, awesome. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I am physically, and I'm signing to that effect, and I am physically located in Texas.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. I'm signed to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
My name's Val Smith. I'm a notary public. I am witnessing Ms. LeBlanc, Ms. Duck, and Ms. Hoffman's signatures via Zoom, and I'm physically located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Together?
Separately.
I, Tony Ledzinski, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
I, Terry Ledzinski, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
All right, thank you.
All right. Ms. Ledzinski, do you have a license to be a Texas appraiser? Pardon me?
No.
Okay. There's a time limits page on your desk there. And it tells like you get 5 minutes, the district gets 5 minutes. Do you want to present first or do you want the district to go first?
The district can go first.
Okay,
that sounds good.
Property is 58867. It's a single family residential home in Lamar. Its address is 222 South Lake Drive. It is a 2FB minus. So middle, our codes are classification codes go from 1 to 7. 2, I'm guessing from just looking at this main picture, which is not probably a current picture, but probably the reason it's a 2 is because it's so small. It's not that it's necessarily bad, it's just really small. The subject was noticed at $91,470. We'll scroll down to the picto. There you go. That's the subject. It's looks like it's just off the lake, or maybe it's got a little bit of a lake there, but it's on South Lake at the intersection there. It's carports for RVs, little building. Excuse me. The comps that we used were 248 Lakeside Drive, which sold as just a lot, and it sold for $62,100. The next comp was 15 St. Charles Bay Drive. It was also sold as just a lot. There was no improvement. Sold for $60,000. And then the last one is on South Lake Drive, and it had a 3SS structure on it. It sold. It was a mobile home purchase for $120,000. The land value, if you look, the subject 61 and this comp was land value is $53,000. But when adjusted for the differences between the sale and the subject, the indicated value is $89,310, which is to say if the 222 sold just like 248 South Lake did, that it would, if it sold in the same way, it would sell for $89,310. This area got a land table change this year as a result of increased land value. Land is always appreciating at some rate. Takes sales for us to actually put a number on it, and the land values get changed in various years. The next is the equity grid. It is 202 South Lake, 236 South Lake, and 208 South Lake are the equity comps. They are a class 2 and one's a 3SS properties on South Lake Drive, just to show that the land table change happens to every property out there. The land values for comp number 1, it has a bit of an economy of size, but it still nets more. 62,520. Comp number 2 is a little bit smaller, so it's at 59,840. Comp number 3 is only 5,900 basically 6,000 square feet. So it's $51,000 for their land. The next thing is the sales ratio report showing these are actual sales compared to our numbers. So 1 would be our number is the same as the sale. Above 1 is our number is higher, below 1 is our number is low. We're at 97% for Lamar. Yeah, that's Lamar. And let's see, that's it. That's our evidence. It's just a land table change this year.
Just a land table?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so, all right, Miss Ledzinski, you have 2 minutes to cross-examine the district, and then you have 5 minutes for you to present.
First, when we're looking, when we get it, when y'all appraise it, is it appraised at the value as of December 31st?
January 1st.
January 1st.
Yes.
So any sale that happened after that day should not be taken into account.
No, it is. If anything,
How can you appraise, how can you say the value is appraised as of 1/1/2020, yet you're going to take into account property that was sold after that date? That doesn't make sense.
Every appraisal of every kind, even if you were to get a watch appraised, actually has a date attached to it. It's because you've got to stop time to put a fixed number on something. If the market was growing really aggressively and sales were within a year were going up in value, you actually do a time adjustment for that. You time adjust the sales.
Kathy, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, because I don't see a picture of you anymore on here, and I'm just making sure we didn't lose.
Oh, I'm covered up there. Okay.
If the values are decreasing, then they're time adjusted. Aransas County hasn't really warranted a time adjustment ever either way, with the exception of the year after the hurricane. There's probably warranted a time adjustment for that year, but it wasn't, we're doing a mass appraisal, so we're not trying to get that granular with it. The window for data, for the date of appraisal is 6 months prior and 6 months after is what we're judged on. And what we use is everything known possible until we certify the data. And we certify the values in like April, basically. So yeah, so sometimes there will be sales that are after January 1st.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think I heard you mention the land table values have been adjusted.
Yes.
And I think that's the whole issue that we really have, because it doesn't seem to be any consistency there.
Okay.
And Tony, we looked at some comparables on the, nearby lots just in the area up and down the street. And it's like, our land value went up 88%, nearly double. And I think we're at like $850 a square foot. And then there's lots right next door across the street that are $350 a square foot. And that's what we're having to struggle with. That seems to be,
And I think, if we go into, I guess, my presentation, or, what our dispute is, if you look at the little great map that I drew up, you can see.
It is actually a really good map.
These are all the properties in our immediate area. And as you can see, all the property across the street from us is at $3.50 a square foot. They back up into a golf course. They have a beautiful view, beautiful backyard. We're on the opposite side of the street. We have a tiny little bit that, of the lake, yet all the pond, it's not even a lake. I guess I should have put pond. Then if you go all the way to the very end of the street on the other way, houses where you have St. Charles Bay, those are back to back. They have no backyard. They're tiny, shut in. Those are valued at $8.50. It just does not make any sense how property on one side of the street, and you can look at that all the way down that street. They're anywhere from $2.98 to $3.50 a square foot. Yet ours is 3 times more. It just does not make any sense at all.
Okay, so if that's, we'll discuss this. It's pretty, I'm here for it. The first thing is, these are really small. The price per square foot on something really tiny is going to be very high, because there is a sort of bottom limit. When you buy an enormous amount of land, the price per square foot is much less. So that is not weird to me that this is 850. That being said, go up a little bit, Scott. If this is accurate, which we'll check, go up a little bit more. There you go. But it says 850, 850, 850, 670, 850, 389, and these are 350. That doesn't make sense. That does not make sense. So we need to figure out what's going on. Why is this one 670? Why is this one 389? And why are these on this side more than those?
Correct.
So we'll look at that.
Right, well, I don't get my neighbors mad at us.
Well, and the other thing, I know there was a lot at the very corner of the second lot from in that sold for 60,000. Why they paid 60,000, and if you look at it, I think
Okay.
it's right. And I think that particular property was valued, the land, I believe, no, sorry. What's the street address on that one? Is it 248?
252, I think.
I'm trying to remember. Well, I have it over here. Let's see. The one that's sold.
It's 248 Lakeside.
248. Okay. So 248.
The sale price we have on that is $62,100.
Right. And I think, and I'm trying to remember because maybe I have it over here. Anyways, I think it was on the tax record for the land was valued.
You can go back to our conference. It'll be on there. Well, we'll have it. We'll have it available right here.
Because I think it was valued like it, yeah, maybe that's
63,100.
okay. How much was it the year before though? So,
Scott, what's the
see,
2019 value on 59336?
Because somebody came in and paid a lot of money for that land, and I don't know if that's what started everything.
It's
All of a
yes.
sudden, it went up. Yet if you look at, let's see if you get.
18,840.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was like, it was on the books. The land value was 18,000. Somebody, for whatever reason, came in and paid 60,000 for it,
Yeah.
which is crazy. Other than
Well, I will say
I don't
that
know.
I think there's a couple things going on as far as why somebody would pay 60,000. One is $60,000 does not get you what it used to get you. It just doesn't. And the other thing is this land is appreciating. It's on the water.
But
This one's
88%
on the
in
water.
1 year? Yeah, that one's
No,
on the
no.
water.
That's the thing. Like it
That one's on
slowly
the water.
creeps up all the time.
Well, I can understand that, but not 88% in 1 year.
But
Okay, so at this point, they've kind of run out of their time. So now the district gets 2 minutes to cross-examine and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Can I have another minute since
Yeah,
he
no,
actually
we're-
spoke during some of my time? Okay, if you look at the land value of property sold, that's the other sheet of paper that I had submitted. It has 5 different properties that sold that were all valued, and you can see the dates that they were sold, and all of them are averaging $3.25 a square foot. And I'm looking at the value of the land. That's what we're disputing, is how can our property have increased that much when other property in the same area has not increased at the same rate, and property has not sold at that rate, except for that one property. And we have one, and you can see all of these properties that I have example of. 3 of them are on our street, and all are $3.25. And then that first one, the Circle Lake Drive, that one is about 3 blocks away, and that one was sold at the land value of $2.30.
Okay.
All right, so now Eamon, you have 4 minutes, and it's two to cross-examine, 2 to rebut. So I'm giving you 4.
Right. Okay, so no, the land value is not changing that much in 1 year, but the land value on our land schedule hasn't changed here since like 2007. So your land has been slowly appreciating this entire time, and we don't know to what extent. This is actually pretty normal for Lamar, and it used to be normal for Fulton, where places that are like this, that are tucked away, get bought up and then they're held on to for a really long time. And there's not a lot of open market sales. There's a lot of like handshake transactions and a lot of stuff that gets given to the kids. This stuff just continues to appreciate. But the question is exactly how much. You only know when people start openly buying and selling it. And at that point, you have to rectify the value with what's actually happening. So the reason for the change is not because of 1 year, it's because of the last 20, last 10, 15 years. I will say that as a general rule, this, like I said, Lamar, this is pretty common. Front Street in Lamar is like, in this sense, it's a ticking time bomb. We are not even close to what those properties are worth because they're just sitting there, just exploding in value over the years and nobody's buying or selling. And our values are just sitting there depreciating. But the reality is when we actually have sales go through, they're going to blow our numbers out of the water. So the odds that anyone could buy your property for $20,000 is zero. But you guys wouldn't sell it for that. No one would hope to buy it for that. So it's worth something more than that. And based on that sale and other sales, the other sales that were on there, that was where our number came from. I think that our market grid showed a
So
slight,
any of the ones that I have examples of.
let me see, the market grid showed a negative adjustment to the tune of $2,000, which is in our margin of error. But
This is Eamon's time to talk, so we need to let him talk, okay?
I mean, the concept is that somebody bought a 2005 mobile home on, let me see here, 53,000 square feet of land for 120,000. If your land is only 20,000, it would have to be $100,000 worth of mobile home. That's not, I mean, you can buy a brand new mobile home for less than that. So these are other sales, not just the one, but the one is part of it. It's telling you what these things are worth. The one on St. Charles Bay, it's 3,000 square feet, sold for $60,000. So, I know it is a lot in 1 year, but we have to have data to justify our changes rather than just say, well, no one's bought or sold anything, but we just know that it's worth more than it used to be. We have to actually be able to measure something. I would like to look at the one next to it though. I still want to do that. 216. I want to know why 214 and 216 are different. They look to be the same size, are they not?
Let's look. They look like they're not the same size on here.
No, 214 looks small on my map.
214 is smaller, and then 216 is 3 lots, what they consider 3 lots.
It's just, okay, it's just, that's a
That's
direct
the economy size.
from 12 to 14 to 16.
Yeah.
They grab on the middle ones. It's not normal. But so that's what it is. That one is less per foot because it's larger.
Okay.
Yeah. The one on the lake next to you, those things have adjustments on the land because they're wet.
Correct.
Those, I think that that's crazy. I think that when people are like, oh, my land's wet, I can't use it. It's like, that's on the water. It's good. It's a good thing. That's part of what somebody paid for when they paid 60 grand for that lot, is that it's on the lake.
Got it. Okay, so now we're at protester rebuttal, so they get 2 minutes.
I guess, the main reason we're here is the inequity of the property on that area. It's just, there's no rhyme or reason. If what you're saying is true, that it is being adjusted because it's just been sitting there for a long time, and you're finally getting around to, make the adjustments based on sales, then you would think that all property in the whole area would be fairly equal. And I can see, $1 a square foot, $2, but $5 a square foot for the property, for the land, that's just unrealistic. It just does not seem fair at all. And, as the appraisal district, I would think that you would want to be fair, and that your job is to be fair. to all citizens in that area and all property owners. And I think this truly shows that it is not fair. And, you know, that's basically our concern, is the property, the land, and the unfairness of the value. And, you know, again, there are other properties that have sold, you know, in the last three months that have not sold at $8.50 a square foot. They might have sold for more because they had the park models, which are expensive. You know, that might, you know, that would have brought, but when you look just at the land, it is not anywhere near $8.50. As you can see from the example that I gave on the 4 properties that have sold recently within the last, I guess the last year, all of them are $3.25. And those are properties that are right in our area.
Okay, so district, you get 1 minute. Oh, this is your closing. I'm so sorry, Eamon. This is the district's closing.
I don't, like I said, I didn't work this land table change. The comps that were brought up there at the end, I don't have any idea. I don't know where those are, or I mean, obviously it's information. I'll just tell you that, like, when go up and look at the map again, just to let you know, as far as fairness is concerned, when it happens to your property, it feels really bad. But think of it this way: when that house sells, or that land sells down there for 60 grand, and we're expected to be at 60 grand, and it's indicating that that thing is $60,000, how far does that change get implemented? And it's actually, you're making a fairly compelling argument that that stuff that's 350 should probably be way more than 350. But at some point, we have to sort of limit the impact of a single data point. So if we have sales on First Street and then none on Second Street, then we might stop the land table on between First and Second, you know? But you know, I'm not seeing anything. Y'all are just on a land table. I do think that the ones on the lake should probably not be adjusted down for being wet, and the ones on the golf course are probably undervalued. But I think that your lot's worth $60,000.
Okay. So now we have 1 minute for the protester vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. So it's my turn again?
Yes, I'm sorry. This is your 1 minute closing. It's your last opportunity to talk.
Okay, great. You know, he just said that he believes that the value of those on the golf course are not equivalent, and I totally agree. Yet again, I go back to property has been sold at $3.25 a square foot in the last year. So, you know, just because 1 or possibly 2 properties sold for 3 times the value, you know, does not justify for the rest of the property owners to be penalized for our property. It's just not right for somebody's land value to be increased by that much when their neighbors is not. And, you know, not that I want our neighbor's property to go up, but I think, you know, it needs to be fair. And, you know, I definitely just want it to be fair. And my sister-in-law lives at the corner of that area down on the circle at 262. They just sold their house in San Antonio because their property was so high they couldn't afford to live there. And that's basically what's happening here. It's, you know, this is not our home. This is just something we worked very hard to have for retirement. But there are people that live there. Some of these properties have not increased in over 15 years. The property on 87 and 81, those have been at that value, that same value for about 10 years, 7 years. So it doesn't make any sense at all.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
So now we are at the appraisal district. Appraisal review board. We get 5 minutes in which we discuss with each other and possibly ask questions to come up with our final answer. Okay?
Amon,
Yes,
can we see 23 South Lake? And can you tell me, is it on a different land schedule than the subject property?
sure, we can look at that.
I appreciate that.
Mhm.
And Amon, do you know where the land table breaks at?
No, not off the top of my head.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to map, actually. Let's see here.
So this is on the fairway,
It is. Okay, so
and
we're-
that's why it's at the 325?
I'm assuming, is this across the street? Is that what it is? Where is
Definitely,
it?
I'm gonna look it up. I lost the, I can't see that over there with these lights on.
Oh, here, let me kill the light.
What's the number I'm looking for here? I can't see it either.
20003.
Was that? Oh,
We're trying to find where this is
yeah,
and zoom
thank
out a
you.
little bit so I can try and get my bearings a little.
I'll show you where, that's where this is. And their property is over here.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it's
right there.
It's definitely.
So that's what it is. It's just in a different location. It's not on the same land table.
Okay.
I'll just point out that, you know, one half of it is people buying things for 60,000, but the other, if you don't sell it for less, it can't be worth less.
Right.
Sell these things.
Okay, let's see. Okay, I know where we are now. I can see it in the middle. All right.
So Cindy, where are you at?
I'm kind of, you know, I'm not real familiar with this area and everything, so I'm just, I don't know. I would go, you know,
Just based on equity, the average equity that was pointed out by Eamon or whoever was doing that, they're a little below, or they need to be lowered to 90,576, which is the median exit,
right.
The
median ratio.
The median market value is less than that.
The market value, yeah, but market value wasn't under protest, but yes, the market value was 89,310.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Okay, but yeah.
well, and we could even, y'all just.
That's fine. If you want to go down to market value, that's fine with me.
Me too.
Okay, so based upon on account number 58867, based upon what we've heard from the appraisal district and also the property owners, and taking into consideration the appraisal ratio, the possibility of the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal, I believe that on account number 588, and I am making a motion that we should lower the total valuation to $89,310.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All
Okay.
righty.
So-
Case closed.
Yes, ma'am, this case is closed, and you should get something in the mail in the next 2 or so weeks that will have that new valuation on it. It also will tell you if you should wish to pursue this any further, what those options are and what you do to do that. Also, we would appreciate if you would fill out a survey based upon your experience with you and the appraisal review board, which is us. Ma'am?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you all very much.
Thank you
Thank you
so
very
much.
much.
Have a good one.
I will.
Y'all too.
Val, do you know which ones are, I'm just trying to know which ones are on.
Affidavit?
Yeah.
Yes. The next one could be page 1216.
Which is off 130, right?
That's the one we'll do.
D and J, Triumph Venture.
Okay, it's by affidavit and I'll be presenting it so y'all can, I'm ready when you are.
Wait, Eamon, say the number again. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. It's case number 1216. The account is 60216.
Awesome. I found it. It's page 6, the top one.
All right, you guys ready?
I'm ready.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Page 6, what is the number?
It's the top one.
1216.
1216. All right.
All right, here we go. We're going to commence the hearing on case number 202011216, account number 60216. This hearing is being recorded. Gosh, I've got my, hold on. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. Ramona LeBlanc, Kathy Hoffman, and Cindy Duck. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. The ARB members considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.667 and signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. And I am signing to that effect, and I am physically located in Texas.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. I'm signing to that effect, and I am physically located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. The property owner is being represented by affidavit, which I will now read into the record. Hold off, please.
Thank you.
And my name is Val Smith. I'm notary public, and I'm witnessing Ms. LeBlanc, Ms. Hoffman, and Ms. Duck's signature via Zoom. I'm physically located in Texas. Thank you.
Thanks, Val. The property owner is listed D&J Triumph Ventures LLC, 411 West Market Street, Rockport, Texas, 78382, 361-729-9155, and at heritageplacerockport.com. A property description is given as 412 North Live Oak Street. Reasons for protest selected were incorrect appraised market value and value is unequal compared to other properties. And the only thing selected on the protest was appraisal ratio exceeds the median level. It's Q2. The evidence was listed is left blank. The statement of facts or argument says the property is unequally appraised to others in close proximity. Hearing type selected is I intend to appear in person at the hearing. This affidavit, wait a minute.
Huh?
Am I reading the wrong affidavit? No, it can't be. This is D&J Triumph Ventures.
Yeah.
Scroll up, Scott. Scroll up. By the way.
Ms. Marble.
Right there, section 6. But they selected this affidavit may not be used for the hearing if I do appear in person at the hearing. Okay, so this person's not appearing at the hearing, so that's why we're using the affidavit. Got it. Sorry, people don't normally check this box. So she intends to appear in person, and if she were to appear in person, then we wouldn't be using the affidavit. She's not here, so we are.
Okay.
The name and signature is signed in Aransas County by Anna Marbach. I think I'm reading that right.
Yeah.
And it was notarized by Dawn Blair. And that concludes the property owner's affidavit and evidence. There was nothing attached to it. Well, it says any materials I'm submitting as evidence comprise a total of 2 pages described in section 4 of this affidavit. There's nothing else. There's nothing here.
I got a big long thing up.
Properties unequally appraised to properties in other close proximity, but there's nothing else with this. It's just this.
Okay.
Was this filed online?
No, wait, the protest or the affidavit?
The protest.
Affidavit obviously was.
Yeah,
done.
the protest was done online. Yeah.
Because it's got a big, huge thing here.
Oh, that's a good idea. We'll read that. That's a good idea. Yeah, I'll just read this note.
Thank you.
Our current appraised value is nearly $100,000 more than the appraised value in 2017 prior to Hurricane Harvey. This property has lessened in value since then. Fencing and trees were lost. There was damage to the steeple and other areas of the building that still require repair. Furthermore, the property is unequally appraised to others in close proximity. For example, 203 North Magnolia, appraised at $349,470, is also a venue used for events and has an in-ground swimming pool. The property at 902 East Cornwall, appraised at $297,883, is a bed and breakfast that can also host events. We host similar size events to those that can be hosted at these 2 properties. In addition, these 2 property values combined do not equal the appraised value given to our property at 412 North Live Oak, appraised at $778,760. There is a difference of $131,470. The iconic Hoops House appraised value, located at 417 Broadway, appears to have been reduced. All properties mentioned above are within eyesight of our property. Okay, there you go. That was a good idea. Makes a lot more sense. All right, I'll present our evidence. This is account 60216. The last sale price was in 2016, and we don't know for how much. Last year's market value was $679,260. This year it was noticed at $778,760. And it's because there was a % complete on it last year and it was removed as a result. I don't know how much the sale was. Really? Okay. I will point out that this was bought from a church. This used to be a St. Peter's Church, and now it's a venue. It's they did work to it after they bought it and stuff. I'm just surprised we don't know what that number is. Okay, the sales grid. Do we all know where this is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right, comp number 1 is a commercial. These are just other commercial properties. One's a church. The other is a Shop the World, could be a church. And the other one is just the sale of a property from a public entity, which was, you know, a church is not a profit-oriented business, and neither is a public school. So that's why the comps that were picked were what they were. Is the building category is that OM category. It's an office building. It's the same thing you would see for a church or a large office building or a venue. And in fact, the Shop the World building did become a venue. So these are all similar use buildings for a church, funeral home, venue, whatever you want to do with it. And the indicated median equity value or median value for sales was $766,019, which showed that our value of 778 is over market by a small amount. It is barely within a margin of error for us, but the that's market. The equity is other OM category buildings that are of similar size and value, a couple of churches and office buildings, like I said. And the indicated median equity value for those is $802,227. And then there is a sales ratio report for commercial frontage property. Okay, that being said, if it's okay, I'd like to look at the, can I just look at the roll history on this one?
Yes, let's do that.
Absolutely. Because I'd like to see what it was in 17.
Yeah.
And I'll just say in principle, I want this thing to be valued at what it sold for. That's probably what it's worth. I don't think 778 actually is unreasonable. This is a super nice property, but you know, the point they're making is there's other venues that are really super nice in the neighborhood. Is this one sticking out by an exorbitant amount? And I'd like to figure that out.
685.
It looks like 2017, it was 685. Go before that, go further back. Go back to dinosaur times, church times. Okay, yeah. So it about doubled after it sold. As a result, I can tell you that for better or for worse, when properties are tax exempt, they barely get looked at. They don't get updated that often. There's no pressure for us to do it. They never get looked at, you know.
Right.
Churches, why would we spend a whole bunch of time on churches if they're not paying?
When did you say this sold recently?
It sold in 2016. It was a church and now it's a venue.
Yeah, and what did it sell for in 2016?
We don't know.
I don't know. Okay.
And what I'm saying is, what it sold for, I would expect that it sold for probably 500 or 600, and then they stuck a bunch of money into it, building things and adding to it and construction. Maybe it even sold for 450. I don't know, but it's nicer than it used to be. Let's look at the comps that they brought up though, on the Picto real quick. We'll just use their numbers. But it's 203 North Magnolia. What is that one? No. I think you can search by street address on here. Okay.
That's not Angel Rose, is it?
No, I think that it's the what's the name of it? 203 North Magnolia. It's it has a family name, the big white one with the
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
really, really nice porches. Yeah.
Yes.
Woodhouse.
The Woodhouse. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, you wanna?
Original windows too, actually.
That is 32481.
32481. Okay. What's it classed at? Or can we get like just like a roundabout improvement price per square foot? I mean, obviously
It's a 6SS.
it's a heck of a lot.
6SS, it is 2,000 square feet down and 200 up.
Do you have a unit price for that real quick? I know it's annoying to figure out, but I just want to, I don't actually know off the top of my head what a 6SS at that size is per foot. We're at 81.
And the other one's right next door.
It is, I guess,
Sure. I don't mind.
it is 118.52 a foot.
All right. So the Woodhouse is at 118 a foot. The subject is at $81 a foot. The reason it's more is because it's just way bigger. There's a lot more building.
Right.
But it's less per foot. And then what's the other one? Let's not stop there. Let's look at least one more.
902 Cornwall.
902 East Cornwall.
East Cornwall.
Yep.
Right next door.
Yes, yeah, 32485. We'll look at the price per square foot on there. They're different classes. Those are residential class homes, so I'm trying to get a number so I can actually compare the two.
That one is classed as a 6SS minus.
So it's going to be about 115 or something, just like the other one.
Yeah, it's weird because it shows it only to be 32 square feet. That may be just a small part of it. It's at that, it's 118.98. Let me see, there's two improvements.
118 as well?
So far, yeah, we're looking at one more thing.
Okay.
Because that's minus, this is 122.74.
122.74.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, the difference is size. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't see anything that warrants in my opinion, anything to do on this one.
Right.
But that is, that's all. That's all I have.
Well, the only thing is that the equity, median equity value is lower than the assessed value.
Yeah.
And equity is under protest.
What's that number?
Yep. 766,019. So 766,000.
Right.
766.
Okay.
766.
Now,
Oh, actually, that's the sales value. The equity is actually over. But I'm still.
Oh, I'm sorry. That is sales equity. What? Yeah, equity was 802. Right. So
I'm happy to. It doesn't matter. I mean, 778 or 766 it doesn't make much difference to me. So if y'all want.
Okay. So, Eamon, may I make a motion, or did you want to present more?
I don't have anything else to present, and I don't have anything else to look at.
Okay.
I think we go with the 766.
I think so too.
Okay.
You want to make a motion?
Yeah, so on account 60216, based upon what we heard from the property owner and from the appraisal district, and taking into special consideration the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal, I make a motion that on account 60216, we lower the 2020 value to $766,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, case closed.
There you go.
All right. The last affidavit is case number 1388.
Oh man, I might have
Is
to.
everybody ready?
Mike still here?
Yeah, he's up.
Yeah, I have to tap out. I have to go. Maine needs a car.
I'm sorry. What's the number again?
1388. Whoa.
1388.
It's on page 7, top one.
Page 7 where? Oh, okay.
Top one.
Is that the last one?
Yes, ma'am.
And then we just have one letter.
Then I'm gonna drive over and drop stuff off to you and pick stuff up. Can you go grab Mike?
Oh, I thought you.
You've got a lot of cases today.
Yeah, getting tired.
It's about 9:30.
It's
Do
past.
we get overtime pay?
Yeah,
You're
what
cracking me
about
up.
that, Scott?
Good, but I'm not in charge of that, so,
No. Are we
Just
ready?
sign the form, Scott, and say we should get it.
But do I need to bring wine over when I'm dropping stuff off? And
Yes.
Wouldn't hurt to bring a bottle.
You're gonna pick up stuff tonight, Scott?
Yeah, on my way out, I'm gonna drop off and pick up. Then I'm dropping off.
All right.
Okay, so you just need back our affidavit signs that we signed, and you want the all the pages that we marked up?
Yes.
Val wants those back too?
This one right here.
I put everything in there.
Okay, I'm ready for 1388.
Okay, go.
All right, we're commencing the hearing on case number 2020-1388, account number 27728.
Okay.
This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that is hearing the protest today. Ramona LeBlanc, Kathy Hoffman, and Cindy Duck. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance to Tax Code Section 41.45H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.667, and I'm signing to that effect. And I'm physically located in Texas.
Yay, I'm Cindy Duck, and I do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with anyone in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I am signing to that effect. And I also am physically in Texas.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F. I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
My name's Val Smith. I'm a notary public. I'm witnessing Ms. LeBlanc, Ms. Hoffman, and Ms. Duck's signatures via Zoom, and I'm physically located in Texas.
My name is
Testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
And my name is Michael Soto. Do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. Signing to that effect. At this point, I will read the property owner's affidavit of evidence, Aransas County Appraisal District, Tom Hollingsworth in Giddings, Texas. The property description is 2323 Rockport. It says, please see attached for the other. I believe in the original protest, the two things were market and equity. Second page indicates I do not intend to appear at the hearing either in person or by telephone call. This affidavit and the affidavits and argument submitted may be used if I do not appear at the hearing. And it's signed by Tom Hollingsworth before Deborah Malinak. The next page provides affidavit of evidence attachment, Tom Hollingsworth, 2323 Bront, property ID 27728, land area 7,000 square feet at 2.72 square feet, gives a valuation of $19,040. This is to protest the land value increase double as being incorrect and unequal compared with other properties. The comps provided by the appraisal district all show land values less than our property and as follows. 6,000 square feet at $2.17, value 13,020. Equal value for 7,000 square feet, 15,190. The next one is 59 St. Charles Loop, 10,000 square feet, $1.50, 15,000, 10.5. The next one is 2556 Kirby Drive, $140,786 at $0.34 per square foot, a value of 48,800. Value for equivalent value of 7,000 is 2426. Raven Drive is 9375 square feet. And you have $1.84, 17,250. Equivalent value for 7,000 square feet is 12,880. Number 2, on my street, Bronte, there are 7 of my neighbors: 2503 Bronte, 2511 Bronte, 2404 Bronte, 2526 Bronte, 2412 Bronte, and 2316 Bronte, 2420 Bronte. The numbers of lots respectively are 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2. The value respectively is 8,400, 8,400, 27,300, 3,900, 27,300, 24,750, 27,300. And the value for one lot would be 4,200, 4,200, 13,600, 1950, 13,600, $8,190, $13,600. Also being across the street from a burned out drug house with people living out without utilities and people camped out in the front yard, living in a van, as well as next door to the property rented as a depot and a construction yard. Park trucks, trailers, materials, debris, junk does not enhance our land value.
And tell us where is Bronte Street?
Bronte is Manning.
Is this over by Cove Harbor?
By what?
Cove Harbor?
Yeah, it's in Manning Market.
By Cove Harbor. Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
it is.
I got it.
It's pretty close to Cove Harbor.
Yeah, okay.
It's that area right there.
I see it.
Is that green line, is that business 35, Mike?
Yes, it is. It's actually, the green line is the city limit line, but the line really that parallels that line is 35 south. It's just south.
Oh, here we go.
So, okay, cool.
Yeah. So at this point, I will go ahead and present. I believe that's everything for the affidavit. So I'm going to go ahead and present our evidence. Well, I don't know if these 2 pages were included. Hang on. I'm sorry. Yeah, they included basically our equity grid. They included our equity,
Yes.
They included your paperwork.
Yeah. That's all that I see. That's it. That concludes the property owner's affidavit of evidence. At this point, I'll go into my evidence. You can see that all we have here is 27,728. Last year we had a value of 18,270. We're going to this year's value. Next page is just pictometry imagery. You can see that we have a park model basically. That's a 3S10 that's there. You have a glass porch that's attached with that, and then you have a carport workshop and a TP that has a total value. All of those items has a total value of $9,310. The land market value is $19,040. If you're looking at the value, the land did double in that area as due to sales. We just had sales in the area, so we're going to go over those sales. Now, some of these sales are in different areas, but we're going to go over all of them. So comp number 1 is in Holly Drive. That one sold for $28,000. Now, what we did is we tried to find other mobile homes and or RV kind of sales. And it's hard because we typically don't pick up RVs unless they're more, and I say RVs, it's like park models or anything like that, unless they're over 400 square feet. This one happens to be a very small single wide at 490 square feet. And so, so what would another one sell like? What in the marketplace, what does one like this sell for? Well, this is a really good comp. Comp number 1 is actually even a lower class. It's actually almost identical square footage. They're both very old. And this one sold for $28,000. And if you look at that, the land value is even similar. So even when you consider all of that, that's indicating a value of $27,000. So here's another one on comp number 2. This is on Litron Street. Again, a very small single wide mobile home sold for $34,900. All the appropriate adjustments are there with an indicated value of $52,530. The next one has, this is another mobile home sale. This one sold for $80,000. What's interesting about that one is it produces a value of $31,854, and it does support the valuation that we have for a median value of $31,854. We currently have a value on the whole for $28,350. It's a strange thing, but mobile homes are selling for a lot more than what you would think. The next thing is not necessarily sales, but equity. What are these things appraised for, and are we treating this property equitably in relation to other properties? Well, Here you can see these are not necessarily sales. These are just other mobile homes. And you can see, we try to find other mobile homes in that same class. The only differences that you would have is in the land element. If the land is more or less, that is adjusted. You could see that we had the same classification for comp number 1, comp number 2 as the subject. They're all very old, 1950, 1965. They're all very small, 490 square feet, 480 square feet, 420 square feet. Those appropriate adjustments indicate values of 27,000 and change and 28,000 and change. The last comp is on Raven, again, a very small mobile home, 3S10, just like the subject. That one happens to be a plus. Very similar land value, and you can see that that has an appropriate adjustment of 28,528. What's really good about this grid is it shows equity, and that's, you know, not only is market value supportive, but you can see that in equity, these are all the same class, they're all very small, and they project values that are in and about the subject property owner's value at 28,000. This one's 28,528, which is the median equity value. The subject is at 28,350. Again, it supports that valuation. In summary, what I'd like to say is that from a market standpoint, equity standpoint, I believe the property is appropriately appraised.
Okay. So how are you guys feeling?
I think that Mike made the case, and both with market and equity. I think the price should stand where it is.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
I agree.
Okay, so on account number 27728, based upon what we heard from the district and the information we received from the property owner, and looking at the incorrect appraised market value and the possibility of the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal, on account number 27728, I make a motion that we leave the 2020 value for the total property, that we leave it at $28,350.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Case closed.
Ta-da.
All right, thank you, everybody. I guess today's Thursday, so we will see y'all next Monday.
Yay.
No, we have one letter.
Oh, we did? We have one letter?
Oh, God.
You just thought you got rid of us, Mike.
We're almost done, Kathy.
Y'all did good. You know what? It was a
So quick question. Does Scott drop off our Monday stuff Monday morning?
No, in like some minutes, I was gonna say, because I'll be by in just a few minutes.
for everybody.
Yes.
Yep.
You be by when?
In 30 minutes.
Sometime in the next.
Oh, now I know, but what about all of our stuff for Monday?
I'm bringing you the stuff for Monday.
Oh, you are? Oh, okay.
Right.
All right.
Kathy, I'm off on Monday.
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
So just remind Val so she doesn't print out all of, extra paperwork for nothing.
Yeah, Charlie's going to be in. Sandy, go to Cindy's house first and pick up her timer. Can you do that, Scott?
Okay. I may not be doing this. I don't know. Like Mike thinks I'm doing something different, so I don't know what I'm doing. So I don't know. I think I'm coming there and getting them. And like for you, Ramona, is I think I'll be also, if you are available, handing you the orders from today and having you sign them.
You are correct.
Oh,
I was going to pick
I
up.
forgot all about that part.
Oh my God.
Yeah, just knock on the door. I'll sign them real quick.
Yeah, that's what Charlie did last night.
Or there's quite a few, Ramona, if you just want to put them out early in the morning, I can pick them up on the way to work. So either way.
I could do that too.
Hey, you're not doing this Monday, remember? Oh, you mean
No,
Friday? You mean
Right, I would
Friday.
pick them up in the morning.
Sorry, I'm getting in the way. Yeah.
So
So
yeah.
do you want to just pick everything up in the morning, Val?
Yes, I can do that. So Scott will come drop off the orders though this evening.
Okay.
And I do have one letter.
All righty.
Are we ready?
I am.
Okay, this came from, as an email, and it's from Dan Mertens. He had a hearing scheduled yesterday. He says, "Dear board members, I apologize for not being in person yesterday. I assumed due to the pandemic, all meetings would be by teleconference. I called in before the scheduled meeting and spoke with Barbara and was informed mine was in person. I was told to send this letter in hopes of rescheduling with a telephone call. I currently am residing in Pleasanton, Texas, and due to my disability, did not want to risk exposure. Please consider this and give me a chance to present my case to someone. Sincerely, Dan Mertens," and it gives his phone number.
Did he say he wanted to present his case by phone? Or in
Yes,
person?
he said he
By phone.
assumed it would be by phone. He didn't have an affidavit turned in, so he couldn't do it yesterday.
Okay. So he was scheduled for
He was scheduled yesterday.
yesterday. Okay. Well, he sent it in timely, right?
I think we should just go ahead and reschedule him.
What'd you say?
He was supposed to be here today, and then what now?
No, yesterday.
Right, yesterday.
He thought it was going to be a teleconference, but it turned out he was supposed to be here in person. And he didn't realize that.
Okay, y'all want to make a motion on that?
No, I make a motion that we go ahead, and I don't have his name or any of his information in front of me, that we postpone his hearing.
Postpone or
Reschedule.
reschedule?
I'm sorry, reschedule.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Any other business, Val?
No.
Okay, you want to entertain a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion that we adjourn.
I second it.
Good job,
All
Larry.
in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, see you guys
Bye,
Tuesday.
everybody. Have a great weekend.
You have a great
You
trip.
too.
We'll talk
Have
to you next
fun
week.
on your trip